Welcome to Eureka, Illinois. It's Ledgestone Week yet again. Round one of the 2023 Ledgestone Open is finally here. And we have Tournament Central with Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. We have a new major champion coming into this tournament, Corey Ellis, who is riding Cloud 9 right now. Yep. Nate, talk about what you've gotten from Corey, what you've heard from him after all the times you've talked to him since he's taken down this victory.
Yeah, you said it, Brian. I mean, he's really living on Cloud 9, and when I talk to him, I can feel that he has this pressure that it's kind of dissolved. You know, the pressure to perform, the pressure to actually make enough money to keep the professional disc golf dreams alive, the pressure to take care of his wife Molly, who's out on the road supporting him on all of his endeavors. All those pressures, they really can prevent you from being in the right state of mind when you're competing. He won a major with all those pressures. Now he's coming back to an Elite Plus event, and all of that is washed away. So I think that the best of Corey Ellis, even though he's the major champion, it's yet to come. We're going to see some of his best golf coming up.
Well, yeah, because there's nothing he has to prove anymore. He took down a major championship, and if you look at the trophy that he got to put his name on, he joins an extremely elite group of players, and he noted that. He was super proud to be able to join Ken Climo, Paul McBeth, all sorts of those great champions. But now it's let's get to business. Mm-hmm. And now that clearly his life has changed from this win, and you said, you know, not even only just financially, but the respect from everyone supporting him. It's just great to see. And honestly, for years, I have watched Corey evolve as an athlete, and I have said for so long, it's going to be his time soon. There's just a few things that need to tighten up over 4-round tournaments, and he's right there. And, of course, second place, all those tough finishes for him finally paid off in the big victory. We did talk to Corey after everything that went down, and now into this week. Let's hear what he had to say. Such an emotional moment. I mean, even just me standing there next to you with the microphone, I was feeling the emotion coming out of you. Is there like a figurative hangover, so to speak, after something like that happens?
Yeah, I think so. You know, it definitely, I slept pretty good that night. You know, it was kind of hard to go to sleep, but once I fell asleep, I was out.
After such a big victory, do you feel like you can still channel the focus this week? How are you feeling?
Absolutely. Yeah. I've said before, I would never play a tournament I don't think I can win. So if I'm out here, you best believe I'm coming for the win.
Those are the words of a deeply competitive individual, a man who belongs out here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. He's thriving in these pressure-packed situations. And we have to always remember, he got himself to a point where he was about to win numerous times before he took down that major title. Nate, what have you seen from Corey over the years, and what did you expect early on when he started coming out on the road?
Yeah, I mean, there's 80 guys out there that I think can win, but there's maybe 20 that actually separate themselves skill-wise. And when you watch Corey, someone that takes 2 steps and generates the power to throw a disc 500 feet, that always stands out. And you and I actually did some post-production work on his round at D-Glow when he was throwing 500-foot standstill shots. Yeah. And so those are kind of the kind of performances that you never forget. So I think everyone knew that Corey could win on the big stage. And, you know, transitioning here to Ledgestone, Corey has a lot of experience here, as do a lot of people on the Pro Tour. I think Conrad and I used to joke how, you know, Eureka Temp is the course that we've played the most in our professional career, because when we come here, you know, there's been tournaments where we've played it 4 times in a row. Now we 2 here, 2 at Northwoods, but Corey was in the hunt last year here. He was on the chase card final round, and you know, the player that ended up taking that down, Ricky Wysocki, one of his good friends, I think is ready to, you know, bounce back from the European Open.
Well, let's talk about Ricky Wysocki. I mean, I know we've heard Corey speak volumes about just the stuff that he's learned, you know, kind of training with Ricky, but Ricky's still here after all these years. He's been out on the road since he was 17. And he's still here playing at a top level. We actually talked to Ricky about that very thing in the press conference this week, and let's take a listen to what he had to say.
We have not seen you at the Ledgestone with a beard, and the internet is blowing up over it.
Yeah, no, I've never done it before. I'm just going for a new look. I guess, you know, maybe midlife crisis. I don't know. Now that we're playing Northwoods and Eureka, I think that's something that I play really well at, is it doesn't really favor one player or another. And I think that, I have good distance, I have good control, I can throw all the shot shapes into the greens at Northwoods that you need. And so I think that's a big reason, really, is because, they're two completely opposite types of courses. So you may get players that play really well on the open course or wooded course or vice versa. But yeah, I just feel like it's this late in the season. I feel like tournaments later in the season, I feel like I have better form. Typically in Vegas, I don't play as well because I'm still trying to find my form, and I'm not one to practice and grind all off season. I need to give my body a break and kind of and feel like I want to play the best of my ability later on in the season when we have all the majors, we have all the big events, worlds, these Elite Plus events. And so I feel like my body and my game is in a great spot.
It's funny to listen to Rick talk about going into the season and not finding his form until late, but I think there's merit to what he said. More and more players like Ricky, who have been on the tour for a long time, are barely touching a disc in the off season. Is that unheard of in other sports?
I believe Ricky, but I think that he might be putting a little bit of a veil up, because I feel like that guy has to be hitting putts through there in Arizona.
Well, I remember one off season I was out there at Vista del Camino for about a month, and I would see Ricky out there in the back corner of the course on hole 9 just repping 50-footers. And who knows, he might only be there for 20 minutes and hit 20 minutes straight of 50-footers and leave. But it's probably him saying that because when he was first coming out on the road, he was a grinder's grinder. I mean, this guy was playing every single weekend, 40-plus tournaments, and practicing every single day. So his concept of maybe grinding is a little bit different. And I think another player we have to talk about who came up with Ricky and they kind of made each other's careers is Paul McBeth, who is not playing this tournament. Yes, he's expecting a child. We just saw that announcement. Congratulations to Paul. But he's not here this week. He's still out here caddying for Alexis. What do you make of Paul and him choosing not to play?
Well, I think it's really unfortunate for everybody, and I feel for him. He went over to Europe for 8 weeks, and he won the 4 tournaments leading up to the European Open, and everyone was ready for him to compete at a tournament that he's either won or got second at every single time that he's played it. So the tournament performance, not great, but then that final day to see that DNF pop up on UDisc, I think it was confusing for a lot of people. Did he give up? What happened? Of course, we found out about the shoulder, found out that he was playing on an injured shoulder the entire event, didn't tell anybody. So he's going through a lot right now. Obviously not missing this Elite Plus event, and then of course Hannah about to give birth. So to see him come out here and caddy for Alexis was a pretty cool deal.
You could tell he truly loves what he does still after all these years, just like Ricky said. I mean, the passion is still clearly there. It's just maybe here in a different light this week. He said he's not going to necessarily watch a ton of the MPO this afternoon. I think he said he has some other things to do. Not caddying for Anthony Barela like he did in European Open. But with that said, I think Anthony's a player that we do need to talk about. So after this commercial break, we will do exactly that. Welcome back. Joined here now by PDGA's Hayden Henry. Hayden, just like we do every time I have you on this show, we have to check in. Busy stretch of the season. I mean, obviously, Nate Perkins earlier the day called this the major of the Midwest, but it's still on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. PDGA has some big majors coming up. Can you talk about what's going down?
Yeah, for sure. We were here 3 weeks ago for AM Junior Worlds in Peoria. Courses were crawling like they are this week. Masters Worlds, and went to Europe. Now we're here. Have a playoff event in a couple weeks on the Pro Tour, and then, Worlds starts this month. So just crazy exciting time from, C-tiers all the way up through the Elite Series to the majors.
Well, talk about the effort that goes into putting on these events all over the country, actually all over the world now. I mean, yes, the PDGA has grown in their own staff, but talk about the other people in the other communities you have to work with to make this happen.
Yeah, it takes every single person. We've worked with some incredible local hosts, every step of the way. The Ledgestone crew here is incredible. They were great in Flagstaff, incredible in Europe, and it's going to be all the way through. Smuggler's Notch, they know how to run things up there as well.
So I have to ask you now, I know it's a busy time for the season when it comes to running events and putting these things on, but what else does the PDGA have going on right now?
Yeah, we're excited. Just dropped today on YouTube our Holy Shot documentary. It's been on DGN for the past year, but now it's on the PDGA YouTube channel for everyone to enjoy. Obviously it focuses around a pretty special shot that happened in Utah, but really it tells a story of where disc golf came from all the way up through that moment, through the COVID boom and what that week and that shot really did to just kind of explode the powder keg. So, yeah, we look at the 2021 or the Pro Worlds that week and the craziness that was there, but it was really just a historical look at disc golf and where we come and where we're going.
Well, thank you for that, Hayden. Appreciate that. Go check out the Holy Shot documentary. It was phenomenal, especially now that it is on the PDGA YouTube. With that said, we are going to check in with Anthony Barela, the next player that we need to talk about this week. Excuse me, Calvin Heimberg.
It's kind of one of those wooded courses that was longer with wider fairways, and before they cleared out a bunch of that undergrowth, I think it was kind of like, I mean, it's not hard to stay in the fairway if you're throwing a good shot. It's really only when you get super aggressive that you tend to start to leak off. So I feel like it's kind of enticing people to play more aggressive, and I think it's less punishing now once you do throw off the fairway, which it's fine, but I don't think it was necessarily necessary. I think, it's good to have a course with some teeth sometimes. You still have to be throwing really well to get birdies out at the course. I don't know if we're going to be seeing. I doubt we'll see a lot of double-digit rounds. There might be one, but and I can be wrong on that. But I still think the tee shots required out there are still very demanding for the most part. So if you shoot, high single digits, you're very satisfied.
It's interesting to hear him talk about Northwoods Black as being too open.
Yeah.
It feels like anyone who's played a tournament there would laugh at him saying that, but I guess he kind of has a point.
Yeah, he wants it to be hard, Brian. I mean, and for someone who throws as flat and straight as he does, I could understand why. You have an advantage over the field, and I thought it looked pretty good out there at Northwoods today. I felt like they didn't take out enough to, make it that much easier. It just aesthetically, it looks so nice. But I'd love to hear that. He's like, just leave the rough for next time.
Well, you know what? It's kind of a refreshing take. I think a lot of times we see wooded courses get cut into, and the players are saying it's too rough. I can't scramble from anything. And to hear him say we need to make these courses harder, that's fine. That's a very valid take. I am curious to see how this course actually scores. I know this morning for the FPO, it scored harder than it did last year in round one. So we'll just have to see when the MPO does come back over here tomorrow. With that said, we have to talk to Anthony Barela. Anthony Barela is another player that came off of almost winning the European Open in heartbreaking fashion, blew it, so to speak, on hole number 16. What do you make of that moment?
I mean, this is the defining moment of his career right here. He was one stroke up on Corey Ellis, and you can see the disgust right there. I think that was the third shot that didn't make that island, and just in total disbelief. I feel like a lot of people felt like it was his moment, because he's been he's had the chance to win a lot of times, Brian. Take me back to 2019 World Championships here in Peoria. He was actually on the lead card and was blowing up so much at Eureka Temp that he was in 40th place.
Well, I have to say that I talked to Paul McBeth today about that exact moment in hole number 16. He said it was just kind of a weird situation. He felt like he had to go for the birdie. There was a branch in his way that caused him to throw a little lower than he wanted to, and it just caused the shot selection to be a little bit tougher. In theory, yeah, you take that slower disc because the nose is down and you blast it onto the green, but it's easier said than done. From what Paul said, it's hard to make that decision in that moment. And he told him, make sure you don't show the frustration out on the ground. He said, if you need to show frustration later, take that home, deal with it however you need to, but be professional in this moment and handle it with class. And he did that. He absolutely did that. We saw him give Corey a big hug after the victory, and I have no doubt that he should be in another contention situation to win a major championship. With that said, Nate, I have to talk about this course here at Lake Eureka. We have to talk about hole number 14. Nate, analyze this hole.
Yeah, so this is deep in the heart of the event, Brian, and the wind is typically out of the west here, and so you're kind of throwing this downhill tee shot with the wind moving a little bit right to left off the water. You have this OB left, and then you have this ceiling. These oak branches kind of hang down. You're throwing downhill with a low ceiling. It's really hard to get the distance necessary, and it's really easy to bleed it over into the water. And then when you make the dog leg right here, you're then throwing typically into a direct headwind. It's pretty calm out there today, but nonetheless, you're looking at a 450-foot hyzer that you have to trust out over the water the entire way.
Well, and the basket used to be a lot shorter than it is now. I think now it's forcing you to get aggressive with a driver off the tee, whereas before you could easily lay up with a mid-range and still have an opportunity to take a birdie. So now it is absolutely a high-level par 4 that players have to give tons of respect to. We have to take one more commercial break. On the other side, the man who won last week at the Mid-America Open, Andrew Presnell.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Even like my last shot in the playoff was a little bit yanked. I mean, it was a super weird distance. I was 160 feet away, but it was slightly uphill. And with my grip being really weird, I didn't want to jump putt it, which I usually would. And I didn't want to just leave it short, hit the rock wall, and then just never have a chance. So yeah, but I definitely think it's going to help me, especially at Northwoods. I feel like a lot of these par 4s at Northwoods, you want to, if you can get a pretty good tee shot in the par 4s, you'll have 250 into the green. And I think that's pretty much what I'm looking to do. Just put it close so I don't have to putt so good.
I do throw more forehands in the smaller events just to get that competition practice and that pressure of, having to execute this shot that I'm not super comfortable with. Mm-hmm. And I feel like definitely the last 2 seasons I have developed it enough where I at least have the confidence to throw it The execution is still a little hit and miss, but I at least, it's in my head that I feel like I can make the shot, which is something that, 3, 4, 5 years ago, I didn't have.
I feel like Andrew Presnell is always the player in contention for most underrated player on the tour, and he finally proved himself out there at the Mid-America. But when you look at his past finishes, you always seem to see his name sneaking up towards the top at places that you wouldn't expect to see him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, man's been grinding for 7 years straight, started in 2017, and he really, he's not a flashy guy, and he hasn't received a lot of attention. He's made it on coverage a lot, hasn't had his moment, and I had the opportunity to interview him after his win at Mid-America, and he was just so emotional. And for him to do it in his home state with his father on the bag, it was a special day, Brian, and, a special title for his career. And that interview right there, him talking about the forehand, down the stretch, there were some moments where Prez could have, tossed the forehand out there, and he threw some incredible, really difficult backhands where he had to do some wild stuff with his body, little fadeaway shot up against the tree there on 10. So I hope to see it. I hope to see his forehand out here at Northwoods this weekend.
Well, another player that we have to talk about to kind of finish up, we saw him in the same soundbite, Gannon Buhr, who had a heartbreaking loss last week. I mean, gave the victory to Andrew Presnell. I thought that playoff was going to go for 10 holes. It looked like both of those guys were so dialed. Talk about Gannon. Talk about what you heard from him earlier. And does he have what it takes to take down the victory this week?
No question, Gannon is still one of the best players in the world. I think you and I were both surprised. That was the first time that we'd really seen Gannon become distracted. You were in the booth, I was there on the ground, and I've never seen him, ask someone to stop moving or, reset as many times as he did. And I'm curious, where that comes from. And I understand, but when we're used to seeing Gannon make putts at the highest level, I mean, USDGC, there's people running around everywhere, Brian, and he's slamming the putts in. So that was a shock, and it really kind of got him off his rhythm. He really missed a lot of shots down the stretch and seemed a little rattled from the outside looking in. And then, of course, I don't think he's really ever going to forget missing, 22-footer maybe to not keep that playoff going. So very curious to see how he bounces back mentally. Of course, the kid has all the shots in the world.
Well, and that's why I asked you. I mean, we don't know how each individual player reacts to each individual situation, and I can only imagine after everything that he's said this year, and he's been very candid with us about his whole thought process about this game, I think he's going to battle back. I think that putt really put him in a bad place, but he was able to fight back from that. I think this week's going to be special for him. With that said, McBeth has McBeast mode. Ricky has blackout mode. Andrew Presnell tweeted recently that he has local B-tier mode, which is his specialty. The man is coming up on 100 career wins. He's at 87, I believe. Let's see if Andrew can take down another huge victory this week. With that said, we are wrapping up Tournament Central. We'll send you back out there on the ground at Eureka. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. Let's get out there, buddy.
Let's get out there.
See you out there.
Join the Paul McBeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul McBeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
You know, there's always a little bit of pressure to come back and take the title again.
Ladies and gentlemen, Missy Gannon.
I love the game. I still have the same passion I did when I was 17. You know, I'm hoping that lasts for a long time.
This weekend, if my party is on, I might have a chance.
I would never play a tournament I don't think I can win. So if I'm out here, you best believe I'm coming for the win.
Sunset, I think people are going to put some solid scores, but Northwood, I feel like it's going to count the most there.
I would say there's a couple eagle opportunities if you can throw a driver in the woods.
I think mostly it's all gas, but there's some holes where it doesn't really matter. One little tree kick can kick you out of bounds.
They're two completely opposite types of courses.
We got a good balance of wooded and open with Eureka and Northwood.
The course record just doesn't really have a chance this week, that's for sure.
The
Tour is back in the States and now in beautiful Peoria, Illinois for the Discraft Ledgestone Open. Looking to take the title for the 4th time in a row is the incredible Ricky Wysocki. Will he get off to his normal hot start? You'll find out live on the Disc Golf Network. Philo, let's watch some disc golf. And welcome into the booth in Peoria. I'm Ian Anderson. That's Philo Brathwaite over there.
You're sneaking up on
yeah,
us.
Yeah, they did.
Good to see you, my man.
Yeah, good to see you too, man. How was your trip to Europe?
It was all good, man. Great times across the pond. Awesome performance from Corey Ellis.
Watched some great golf, man. That was so exciting.
It's always an excellent tournament over there at Nokia.
This one is always good, and it's even better if you're Ricky Wysocki, Philo.
No doubt, man. The guy's been pretty much owning this tournament for the last few years. Ricky Wysocki, 3 consecutive wins, trying to make it 4. That'd be pretty awesome.
Yeah. Let's check out that action as it unfolded over the last couple of years. .2020, Rick won this one by 8 strokes, Philo.
That's putting the old smackdown on the field. 8 strokes is a healthy margin of victory for any tour win. Ricky Wysocki feeling himself, coming back off the Lyme disease,
That's right.
I believe.
And had that one to close it out for the win in commanding fashion. Look at that. Look at that scorecard. Oh my goodness.
Smoke show.
That's the hammer down.
No doubt.
And then 2021 was a bit of a weird year, Philo.
It was, man. We had some extreme inclement weather. Obviously, you see the lightning coming down. It's hard for us to get the thing done when the lightning's pounding us like that. So they called it a squash there. Calvin and Rick tying it up. And then the next year, Ricky Wysocki, another solid performance, showing off the sidearm at hole 10.
And he really put the hammer down here as well.
He did, yeah.
4-stroke win.
4-stroke win for Rick. That's, again, a comfortable margin of victory on tour.
Very.
Taking that into victory lane nice and comfortable like.
4-stroke's kind of rare these days, isn't it?
It is. It's been a very tight battle all year long for the top spot up on top of the podium.
And here is a graphic breaking down Rick's performance at the Ledgestone. And that's a lot of money, Philo.
That's a whole lot of cash. This is one of those events everybody's looking forward to all year long, to have a solid performance. A lot of money to be snagged up here at the Ledgestone, always has been. I'm sure that it will always continue to be, and they continue to raise the bar here at the Ledgestone year after year, and Ricky Wysocki has definitely got his fair share of that prize money.
I think he's won something close to $36,000 total at just the Ledgestone, more than any person at any single event.
That's insane. That's called dominating.
Yeah, very much. Oh, there is that topic bar I was just mentioning.
Oof.
I'm not aiming at it. Oh, yeah. Oh, you want me to throw it in there? All right. Yeah, I know. Don't put it in.
You like his chances to break the 40K barrier this weekend.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know?
Rick continues his hot streak here in Illinois. I imagine he'll be adding another 10K plus to that tally.
Man, when you're winning Ledgestone, Philo, you're winning as a complete golfer. This is a great test.
Absolutely. You got 2 completely different styles of golf courses. Obviously, the wide open, pretty wide open Eureka Lakes track, and then you switch it over to Northwoods.
Yeah.
Completely different monster.
There are your scores as they sit early. We're going to sneak in a quick break on the network. Back to the action in just a few. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Well, we got some tee shots coming up for you. Pardon me there.
Not a bad crowd for a Thursday afternoon.
Seriously. Always a great gallery for Ledgestone. It's a nice course to walk. You can really check a lot of action. Yeah, the sight lines are
especially
fantastic.
here at the lake course for sure, man. It's a little different when you get to Northwoods. You have a lot of people hanging out on the sides of a couple of holes in some places. Super tight in there. But here, great visuals. Lots of different places you can catch glimpses of multiple holes happening at the same time.
Yep.
Gentlemen, if you're ready to go, I just need you out of my no parking zone there.
There's Anthony Barela getting ready to tee off after a dramatic European Open, Philo. Woo. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, that was tough to watch for Anthony Barela, so close.
2023
sometimes that's how it goes, man.
Open, presented by Merrell. This is card number 2, a feature card, teeing off at 3:05. First off the tee box, from Rock Hill, South Carolina, Ulibarri.
I don't think I've ever seen it so calm here at hole 1.
Yeah, it's nice.
It is pristine here in Peoria. Slightly low and burned over from Ulibarri. That's still safe. As long as you're on the rocks, you're good.
Next off
You
the
will
box,
get relief from those
Mesa,
rocks.
Arizona, Anthony Barela.
See how greedy AB gets off the tee. He could give himself a jump putt if he wants to get aggressive.
Not completely necessary, but he can absolutely be aggressive here. Plenty of space long to aim for.
That is very high, Philo.
Yeah, a little steep. Like to see a little more flex on it. Doesn't have the go. No.
Negative.
Wow, that was extremely
Next
aggressive. Trying to start out with an
From
eagle putt
Safety
for
Harbor,
Anthony
Florida.
Barela.
Yep.
Heading to the drop zone.
2021 Ledgestone champion, Calvin Heimberg.
Nothing wrong with that shape right there, Ian.
Yeah, that's kind of like your textbook drive on 1.
Absolutely. You are loving that all day, any day. Calvin Heimberg, a little chip shot up the hill. Should be a routine birdie.
From Urbandale, Iowa, Gannon Buhr.
Ooh, this is good.
Just as fine as Calvin Heimberg's, Ian. Same idea. Same neighborhood. Little chip shot up the hill, 125, 150 feet, maybe less.
You like their chances for birdie from there.
Oh, of course.
And as they make their way around the pond, we're going to sneak in a break on the network. Back in just a few.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Warning, low oxygen.
Welcome back to the action. How about that? A second feature card gallery down there, Philo.
That's thick.
Yeah, it is. Oh, my goodness.
That's pretty solid for Thursday, man. Awesome to see the fans, the patrons coming out, showing some support to our disc golf pros.
Uli, as you mentioned. Barely safe.
Yeah, when you don't have the Anthony Barela and Cole Redallin, you know, those guys' arm, this drive can be a little sketchy.
We used to see a lot more OBT shots back in the day when the armors weren't quite at this level.
True, and when the wind is ripping super hard, it's so difficult to control the shot over the water.
What's he thinking about here on this shot, Philo?
Bounce it right around circle's edge. Try not to land too far below the basket. That's a solid shot there from Ulibarri. Inside circle one, a couple steps off the bullseye.
And we did have that Anthony Barela shot from the DZ during the playthrough. He's in par for out in circle 2. Buhr's second coming up.
Yeah, it dries up just outside the bullseye.
It's not
relatively stress-free there for Gannon.
Yeah. Well, you might have thought that about his putt in the playoff during the Mid-America Open, Philo.
Oh, boy.
Ooh.
Yep.
Heimberg.
There you go.
Yeah. Getting a little closer than it looked. Called nicely by you, Philo. AB looking at his par putt in circle 2. Angle here, not the worst to give it a go.
Yeah, not the best either. If you get too strong, airmail this thing on the right side, you could easily find yourself in OB. Got to have the right pace, maybe put a little touch of turnover on this. Not really Anthony Barela's motion, but it would help stall the disc a little bit.
See, he tried to do that. Didn't quite get it over, though.
No. Hoping that dries up shy. Those bushes back there are pretty nasty to putt from.
Yeah, they've got him circle 1, putting for bogey. James Proctor throwing 2 on 16. His second shot, Philo.
Wow, how did he get there?
Roller.
Must have been a roller.
Yeah, James has a great roller game. That's massive.
Don't see many people end up that close to the basket
That
on
far
16.
down. Wow.
Good 125 feet, 140. We've seen that a bunch of times, but inside of 100 and eagle putt. Yeah,
wild. And we just saw Uli tap in his birdie from the drone. Starting his day with a bird. Barela will wait as Buhr has a birdie putt as well.
Proctor's in the mix today, 8 under through 15.
That man is always in the mix this year. It seems like, anyway.
Certainly does. He's been having himself a really solid year.
Yeah.
Gannon Buhr snaps that one in there, nice and casually.
Barela heading into the woods for his bogey look.
Barela completely engulfed in the bush.
Doing a Homer Simpson, fading into the brush.
Good thing is if he got into those rocks, he'll get a little relief out of that, get him a little closer to the basket. Hard to tell where exactly he is in there. Important bogey putt here for Barela.
Yeah, he cannot start with a double. Man. Solid salvage there for AB. seeing his way to a bogey.
A little smile there from Anthony Barela. Like to see that.
Yeah. Calvin will start his day with a birdie. Casually done there. And they are off to hole 2. James Proctor putting for birdie. His 5th straight. Yes, sir. We'll show you the finish as well as your featured card on the other side of this break. Back in just a few.
My name is Garrett Girthy, and I'm the founder of Double G Craft Jerky.
I love the fact that it's resealable. I can just get a little bit, keep my energy levels up, but not eat like a half of a meal in the middle of my round.
My favorite bag is the smashed cracked pepper. That's my perfect salty snack.
This is my go-to, the Sexton Sweet and Spicy. If this bag gets open, there's no need for the seal, because I'm gonna eat it all.
The Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all.
My favorite putter, which is the Retro Orbit Pure.
Mine will be a Tournament Ice Orbit Warship.
And the driver for the Trilogy Challenge is my signature series, Fusion Ice Orbit Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs for the Trilogy Challenge?
I hope you are. If you need more information, then go check out trilogychallenge.com.
Trilogy Challenge 2023. Be there.
On the surface, Ledgestone is one of disc golf's leading retailers, but look a little closer and you'll find a group of motivated individuals providing the best possible service to the disc golf community. So whether you're building a bag, wanting to support your favorite pro, or looking to add to your disc golf wardrobe, choose Ledgestone.
Come on!
Unbelievable.
You missed that. You're going out of bounds easily.
He's going for the eagle in these conditions. He parked that.
And there it is. Look at that big beast.
Ricky Wysocki about to take the tee of 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once
for the
again
3rd time
to
in
the
a row.
2023 Discraft Ledgestone Open presented by Merrell. This is your number 1 card, feature card for the day, 3:20 tee time. First off the tee box, from Shrewsbury, Massachusetts, Simon Lizotte.
Picture perfect.
Yep.
Next off the box, from Scottsdale, Arizona, 3-time defending champion, 2-time world champion, Ricky Wysocki.
A little bit laid out the hand. Should be okay, though. Or not.
Nah, I don't think that's out of bounds, is it?
I don't think so, no. Yeah,
That's not the line. I think that's for track and field, cross-country line.
Next up, from
Pay attention to
Barbersville,
that.
West Virginia, Corey Ellis.
That works.
The actual OB line on that.
Yeah,
There's
there
the
you go.
sidewalk, but
Pushing the boundaries there a little bit for Corey
And
Ellis.
rounding out
Very
the
straight
card
up the hill look,
from
though.
Gray, Tennessee, Chris Dickerson.
I'm ready for Chris to put his stamp on this year, Philo.
I would agree with that comment. It's been kind of a quiet year for Mr. Dickerson. Obviously, he's got a couple of big majors under the belt. He's played himself a bunch of fantastic golf the last few seasons, but this year it's been kind of quiet. It's a beautiful flex line there from Chris Dickerson. Comfortable approach into the green for Mr. Robot Chicken on hole one.
And a few moments before those tee shots, our very own Terry Miller caught up with defending champion Ricky Wysocki. Let's check that out.
Good afternoon and welcome to Lake Eureka. I'm joined by our 3-time and current champion here in Ricky Wysocki. Rick, just about to get things kicked off, trying to defend that title, to go for the elusive 4th title here. How you feeling today?
Feel great. I got the beard going, so that's in my favor right now. No, I'm feeling good. My game's feeling really good. Yeah, I've just put in a lot of practice since I got back from Europe, and I really like where my game's at. I think this course really suits my game really well, and I think that's why I've had a lot of success here in the past.
Let's talk a little bit about today's conditions. I'm feeling a little humidity, not too much in terms of wind. Do you think about the scores? Have you seen what's already maybe come into the clubhouse?
Yeah, I heard a couple 10 unders here and there, which is totally normal for these conditions. I think you'll see definitely 11, 12 coming in with these next couple groups going out. So, yeah, I'm looking to shoot, right around there. 11 or 12 under should put me on the lead card for round 2, and I think that's very doable for me and my skill set and where my game's at right now. So, for me, I just want to put myself in position. I feel like I play really well when I'm on lead cards and feature cards, and so I'm excited for the opportunity.
And now, when you're going to go out and attack this course, is there any section that you feel plays easier than maybe some other part, whether it's the front, the back, the middle, I don't know. Is there any section that jumps out at you?
Yeah, I would say the middle. This hole, I think 6, the par 4, that's got OB everywhere. That hole's probably the hardest hole in the course. And so once you get past that, it's a lot more smooth sailing, and I think there's not as many big numbers to be had. So I think that, yeah, the beginning part's important, but it's not really, you don't have to shred it. I think the back half is where you really can pick up a lot of birdies and score well.
All right, I just needed to know, the final question is, how many sets of Raptor legs will we see out on the course today?
I don't know. We usually save those for the final round, the clutch moments, so I don't know. We'll have to see.
The guy brings the beard but isn't bringing Raptor legs until Sunday. He knows what he's doing. He's got 3 titles here. He's going for his 4th. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Terry and Ricky. And no Raptor legs required there. Drop in birdie for Proctor. Assure of the lead. 10 down with 1 to go. Back to hole 2 for Barela, throwing 2. I like a bearded Rick, Philo. What do you think, man?
Channeling that inner Dustin Johnson. I like it.
Have that left for birdie from underneath the tree. Probably a knee putt coming up for AB.
I like what Ricky Wysocki was saying in his interview, and he's spot on. The front nine's definitely playing a bit more challenging than the back. Most of the holes on the back nine are playing under par average. Seems like the more volatile scores are definitely coming on the front nine. Obviously, hole 6, as he said, is playing as the #1 handicap. Guys are having a hard time playing well over half a stroke over par today.
That's one where you really got to risk it to get the biscuit, Philo. Hole 6. Ooh.
It depends on the player, right? It's like some of these guys have an obvious advantage with the length off the tee.
Okay.
And you got to get a good tee shot off if you're going to attack
Yes.
that green. That's where it's all at.
Rick throwing 2 up the hill.
Perfect. Absolutely perfect.
It's not easy to like bullseye this one, you know? We see someone
From
come
where
up
you're
short.
at down there,
Yeah.
I'd say it's a lot easier than when you're on the side hill and you got gravity working against you. But here you got, it's working in your favor, going to be a natural break, so you just got to be aggressive, play it to the basket, and let this thick grass. It's very sticky in a lot of places in this course and at Northwoods.
See, a lot of times, too, you have that wind coming off the lake will kind of knock down those hyzer approaches.
Absolutely, yes. Just kind of hang it up. You got to kind of drill it into the side of the face of the hill there. When the wind is up today, not the story. You can throw for the target and anticipate the disc will make its way there.
Ellis?
A little shy.
About where we saw Buhr
Yep.
throwing his birdie from. Good, not great for your European Open champion. What a moment that was for Corey, man.
Yeah.
Really incredible.
It's always an incredible moment when someone wins a major championship for the first time or for the 6th time or whatever time. It's history being made.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of skipped the Elite Series win, too. He doesn't have one of those yet. He just goes, a major.
Hey, the door opened for him, and he walked through.
Yes,
Corey Ellis
he did.
Was in the mix throughout the weekend. This shot right here was the one that set it all apart, the most important shot of his whole tournament.
Poor Molly's hand after this one.
No doubt. She might have needed to go get an x-ray after that. But this drive right here, out the hand, I was like, oh no. And then all of a sudden that happened, and it was, oh yes.
Yeah.
And it had the perfect pace to settle in just below the basket. Short uphill putt, capitalizes another birdie, and a little drop in there for the par to take it home. What a moment for Corey Ellis. And can he back it up? That's always the hardest thing to do, right?
My goodness, yeah.
One thing to have one great week, and
now there's pressure.
Now there's a
More
massive target
pressure.
on your back. Everybody's like, all right, you think you're the hot man on, guy with the hot hand on the course? Well, now everybody's gunning for you.
Let's see how he starts for birdie. Lovely. A moment ago, Dickerson. Drive left him high on the hill and puts that just outside bullseye. And now the resulting birdie putt. No problem for Dickerson. Simon should make short work of this birdie as well. A drop-in birdie for your defending champion. And a star frame for your feature group. Uli throwing 2 on 2. Started with a birdie on 1, looking to make it back-to-back.
Ooh, by the skin of his teeth, Ulibarri. Just off the bullseye.
And Paul would go on to make that birdie putt and start 2 for 2 on 18. James Proctor looking for a birdie and the solo lead.
I love this play here at the 18th, dropping roller, trying to get past that little cement.
This is so
look
good.
at this, man.
Is it going to recut?
It should, just a little bit. Gravity should pull it down beautifully into the center of the fairway out there in that 500-foot range for James Proctor. Loving it. Oh, my boy Zach Finwall.
Yeah?
Yeah, Chicago guy. Been buds with him for a
Barela
long time.
on the green of 2, and he erases the bogey on 1 nicely. A little more texture on that putt than it looked like.
Yeah, not too far for Anthony Barela.
Yeah.
Flick of the wrist, sends it home.
Looking back at hole 2, man, this is a very demanding tee shot, Philo. We see so many OB strokes here.
Yeah, it's about touch here on hole 2. It's not about power. It's about picking a spot, trying to snuggle up as close to it as you can, looking for an angle that's beneficial to the shape that you like to throw. Some people like to take the righty backhand route into the green. Some guys are more comfortable with the sidearm. Obviously, when you throw the sidearm, you're trying to get a little further up, high right on the fairway. You're throwing the righty backhand, looking for the right, middle to the left side of the fairway to open up that hyzer line. It's really just about placement. Distance, you need about 335-ish. You don't need a lot. Just need to navigate that initial gap. Don't get it up too high into the window, and don't turn it over too much, whichever action you're choosing, either the sidearm or the righty backhand hyzer.
So Simon is waiting on hole 3, which comes kind of right back up behind this gallery. So we'll show you that action while we wait. On the tee, Ulibarri. So he's going to hang it out over the sidewalk.
Looks like he's lining up sidearm. Flexing sidearm at that for Ulibarri. Plays it high into the window. Beautiful start for Paul Ulibarri. 3 for 3 start.
That's a spicy start for Uli. One more look at this. Halal guy style spicy shot out of Paul. This thing is stable, Philo.
Absolutely. Look how much cut he puts on that flex. This thing is going hard left and starts unraveling right on time. That's all about touch right there, Ian.
Oh, splitting those last 2. What a beaut.
Yes, sir. Splitting the wickets.
Heimberg has a long birdie look on the same.
Solid line for Calvin. Not enough airspace.
And Proctor throwing 2 on 18. You saw that roller drive. Can he take advantage and grab the solo lead?
He is all set up here, Ian.
Yeah.
Going sidearm. I like that. Opens up. Ooh, that's a little high. Look at the push. That looked a bit short.
I'm
Ian.
with you there. Yeah. Let's see if we get an update.
I'm going to imagine that's a circle 2 putt.
No updates yet from UDisc, but I'll let you know when we do. Back on Tuesday, it is now time for Lizotte.
Simon screaming at it to get down. Now he really wants it to get down, running out of land. Solid shot there for Simon. Couple of options into the green from down below.
Ooh, we've got update for Proctor, circle 1.
Really?
Yeah, that's what
okay.
they say.
That was an optical illusion.
He might be like Circle's Edge, right?
Most likely.
Yeah. Wysocki. Also going to the forehand play off 2's tee. Leaves it high, though. Wow, we just got word from production. He is very close. I guess that drive kind of made the approach look short, if you will.
True.
Because it was so far. Oh, we're going to see a roller. I had not seen this yet. For a while, anyway. It used to be a pretty common play.
It was. Before a lot of guys had a solid sidearm in the bag. A roller was definitely a good option here at 2. Ooh, hung that out. Ooh, first available for Corey Ellis, playing for par now. Hard to score a birdie from that early hit.
And Dickerson. Ooh, a little tick for Dickerson there, but it didn't hurt him too bad.
Yeah, it took a little speed off, but it shaped him up nicely in the middle.
Yeah.
Opportunity to attack the green.
Jumping back to 18 for Proctor.
Wow.
And
That
moved
turned
to
out
11.
so much better than I thought out of his hand. Must have got a little backwards knurl towards the bucket.
And for the solo lead.
Job done for James Proctor. Look at that finish, Ian.
7 in a row.
7 birdies to close out the back 9 and take control of this tournament.
And if you want to watch James Proctor, likely on your league card tomorrow, make sure you subscribe to the Disc Golf Network if you're enjoying this for free on YouTube today. Catch the exciting finish on Sunday, plus all the fun action in between. Ellis throwing 3 after the OB drive. No, that wasn't OB, was it?
It's not OB.
Okay,
yeah, that line right there. I guarantee you is for cross country.
Yeah, there's the OB shot. That's why we saw it.
Yes.
Okay. I didn't think he was.
No, that line is not for us.
Uli, can he go 4 for 4? It's a tall task on this one.
Very skinny line to fire down this hill. That doesn't help. Does he continue to fight?
No.
Does not look like it.
Not enough anyway. Wysocki second.
Well short of the intended landing zone for Rick. This is a layup, just playing for position. Ooh, didn't need that smack. Extra work for Rick to get up and down for par. You see the look there up the fairway. A couple of trees in his face to navigate, and pretty clean into the green.
Dickerson ended up in a pretty nice spot.
Good place for Dickerson to land is where we saw Anthony Barela take his birdie putt from. That would be a really nice place to aim for.
I like that. Don't want to test that water's edge too hard. Hey, there you go, Philo.
There you go. Not bad at all. Slides inside circle 1 for Dickerson. Clean look at a birdie.
There is James Proctor. He just added up the scorecard. They're getting some buddy from Chandler Fry right there.
Yeah.
Some Northwest friends right there, and your scores
I'm
at the
sure
top.
Proctor's going to get a lot of love and respect from his fellow competitors. 11 under's a solid round out here at the Lake Eureka temp course. So much danger out there, so much OB. What a job from Proctor to finish so strong. 7 birdies to get it. I can't remember the last someone strung up 7 to finish out the round. I'm not saying people haven't shot 7 under on the back, but man, those 7 to finish, that's a really beautiful way to end the day.
Simon throwing 2.
A little early on the entrance there for Simon. Could have used a hair more height, a little more angle. It's so dangerous, you don't want to miss a left inside 20 feet from the basket to the water.
Ellis throwing 4 after his OB second. And
I think that's what. All right.
Oh yeah, that's she gone.
She gone.
Yep. So that was 4. He will have a putt for 6. It looked in the circle though, right?
Yeah, well inside the circle. Should be about a 20-footer for Corey Ellis there.
Yeah.
Should be able to get his plastic back as well.
Kayak crew out there. Great spot to watch some disc golf. Wysocki, his 3rd.
Needs to get stable. There you go. Digs in just in time for Rick. Little salvage there. Scramble mode for a par. Those are going to be a massive necessity this weekend.
And back to Uli, his 2nd on 4. That could have been better, Philo.
Trying to do the old bump and run in there. I think he's shy of circle
2.
1. Yeah, that's a tentative approach there from Ulibarri, leaving himself with a bit of work to do on the 4th.
Yes, sir.
Tough.
And that's a
tough
scary putt to
It's
run,
all
Philo.
downhill.
I wouldn't give him crap for laying up from there.
Not at all.
Yeah.
I mean, after that start that he had, make a mistake like that, probably best to just give the 1 and not risk the 2, you know, potentially 3 if it hits and rolls out of bounds. All kinds of weird things can happen.
Simon's interesting birdie bid.
Yeah, that was cheeky. Almost got it to go.
He's so good at those.
Yes, he is. One of the best touch artists in the game.
Ellis looking in the water. See if we can get a spot from our kayak crew. And it's glassy out there today, Philo.
It's nice to have those kayakers out there if, one gets away from you. 10, 15 feet off the shoreline, you can point it out.
Oh, look at this.
Yeah, that's still surrounded
Still wet?
by water. Yeah, they're not going to give that a green.
I saw Jeff Turquois. He's around here somewhere. Looks like they already called it.
I think they may have also been talking about where the line actually starts for out of bounds.
Tourniquet putt if there ever was one, though.
You're telling me, man.
Wow.
Well, that could have been a hockey stick early on for Corey Ellis.
Yeah. Dickerson looking to start 2 for 2.
Beautiful. Nice rhythm. Strong side make there for Chris Dickerson.
Wysocki coming back for par. Be followed by a Lizotte par. Don't mind a 4 on hole 2, honestly. We see some big numbers that we saw from Ellis just right there. Yeah, I'll get it eventually. Joel Freeman, his second on 18. Joel currently 8 down, coming off a birdie on 17. Did you see a finish?
It looked like it had good intentions.
Yeah, the shape looked right.
It surely did.
4 par.
Oof,
Ulibarri.
What a tester this is. Heat check right here.
And fuego, Philo.
Dead center on the pole for Paul Ulibarri. Circle 2 putt with nothing but open spaces behind and cameramen.
That's a multi-stroke putt right there.
Big time. What a move there from Paul Ulibarri. Maintains that 3 under start. Doesn't give one back to the course. Love to see that.
Yeah.
If you missed the start, James Proctor got it to the clubhouse. 11 deep, 7 birdies in a row to get it home. Adam Hammis, Cole Redolin, early finishers, 10 apiece. See if our feature card competitors can make a charge up the leaderboard and join those fellas.
T of 3 with Chris Dickerson. Taking a less common backhand line, but that was perfect.
Spot on, yeah. Didn't touch a thing. Looked like the line he wanted.
Simon next.
Most people are playing for that middle left gap. Kind of throw the hyzer to flip up like this from Simon Lizotte. Little tiny drag. This is looking perfect. Simon says, I'll take a birdie.
Wysocki next. Rick heads out into circle 2, just a step or so.
That's solid. Yep. That's a smart, safe play.
For par on 4, AB. Oh, for birdie, excuse me. Oh, yes. Oh, that was for par.
Either way, it's a great putt.
Corey Ellis.
Opportunity here for Corey Ellis to bounce back. Ooh, that's pulled. Gonna get clean? No.
Negative.
There it is.
Backwards.
Yeah, there is out of bounds out there. I think he's got enough room to stay safe.
Yeah, it's pretty generous on the right-hand side. On the baseball field hole 5, Ulibarri. This is a play for par.
Absolutely. Hang it out around that baseball pole. That light pole should drop in safe comfortably.
Yeah, if you don't have a comfortable 500, 520, you probably shouldn't be messing with that one.
Yeah, you're fooling yourself.
Oh, Freeman. What a make to finish.
There's no fooling himself with that putt. Joel Freeman sends it home.
Oh, my goodness. How about that?
A nonchalant reaction.
Yeah. Currently, that puts him on the league card, but there's a lot of talent behind. This man has the power required.
Oh, I like the looks of this, Ian. Beautiful from Calvin Heimberg. Towering, stalling Heiser. Drops it inside circle 1.
God, if you're going to aim for a spot, I think he hit it.
Absolutely. He showed you where to put the disc.
Yeah, you do not want to miss short on that one. Ellis, this is his second and gave it a chance.
Yes, he did. Nice touch there from Corey Ellis. Give it a little half go. Keeps it just a couple steps off the bullseye.
And back to 5 for Uli throwing 2.
Sweeping Heiser from Ulibarri. Touches ground just off the bullseye. Got a 5-meter putt left.
Wysocki in circle 2, putting for birdie on 3.
That never left the line of the pole, did it?
Oh, man. Hand in the chains, Philo.
No doubt. I heard you talking about that earlier with the ladies. That is a huge part of your putting success. They were talking about it with Katrina Allen.
That's right.
That follow-through, finishing in the basket. Same thing there for Ricky Wysocki, and I guarantee you any of your favorite putters who are successful.
Dickerson on that list, putting for birdie. Trying to have that Uli start, 3 for 3.
Yeah, that's too close to miss for Mr. Robot Chicken. You better count that.
The algorithm perfect on that putt.
Plenty of good chicken around these parts, buddy.
I bet, huh? I bet.
I had a fun little chat with him in Finland about that. I was like, so how's the food search going?
Oh, yeah, huh?
He was like, it was a little rough the first couple of days. I'm like, yeah, that tends to be the case for all of us our first time over. Takes a little while to get acclimated. And
I don't know if I've ever had Finnish food, Philo.
The traditional Finnish food, you know, if it's like homemade, honestly, it's really awesome. Like, it's not super exciting, but it's so wholesome and like just, it's fresh.
Okay.
You know, it's good.
Real
it's
food.
Clean, real food.
Not processed.
Exactly. It's super nice.
What a birdie there for Simon.
Sometimes the restaurant food can be a little hit and miss, you know, I think.
A little interesting.
It's gotten a lot better over the years, honestly.
Okay.
I'm not going to say that there's no good food because things have definitely changed from our first few trips across the pond over a decade ago, you know, before Google Maps and all that stuff was real popular. And Yelp, exactly. Where's the good food at?
Heimberg on 5, looking at birdie. Kind of 1 down through the first 4.
Strokes on folks right there, baby.
Yeah, that is a nice, nice get.
It's a nice pace to get through the first 5 holes. You know, 2, 3 under par. You just want to weather the storm to start out. Obviously, you want to take your par or better at 6. And then you got to, like, bang on the gas pedal, like Rick was saying. Lots of birdies to be had.
Dickerson back on 4.
That needs to move.
Kicking the wrong way as well.
I could tell out the hand. That was let out a little early for Chris. Got to stay inside the line of that tree on the left side of the fairway and then get straight.
Let's see if Simon can find the airspace. Nope.
Ooh, also super early. What just happened there? Are you serious?
Huh?
How did that Houdini through all that stuff?
What the?
That was like a glitch in the system, dude. There's no way that was for real.
Did Terry chuck that one out of the woods?
What just happened there? How did that happen? That must have got a redirect kick or something.
Wysocki next. Did he get an anti-skip or something?
Rick following suit.
Okay, that's what we expect when it gets that way.
Absolutely, and I'm perplexed right now.
Yeah, we're befuddled in the booth right now. Ellis. 1 over through 3.
This line also can work if it keeps pushing straight. Ooh, beautiful little fade at the end there for Corey Ellis. That's not going to hurt him. You'll like that uphill putt.
Yes. Really nice. And we're going to take one more look at this Simon drive and see if we can figure out exactly what happened. And then we'll talk to Terry. Did you happen to catch eyes on this Simon disc coming down the hill?
Guys, I heard you guys talking about it being low out of the hand, and I saw it just barely hovering above the ground by no more than 3 or 4 inches, and then carried all the way to pin high. So if it got an early tree direct, well, that's good for him, but either way, it was low and online the whole way.
How about that?
I still didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Out the hand,
it
looked like it was just as bad as Chris Dickerson's and possibly even worse.
Well, you're getting word from production. It did
must have.
Yeah.
There's no way that got through clean. Look how thick that left side is.
Yeah, and he was headed exactly where Chris is standing. Dickerson's second. Not the easiest up and down.
Not at all. Long ways to the basket from there. Very touchy approach into the green. This is looking really nice for Chris Dickerson. Oh, look at that. Bouncing it off the koozie. Circle 1 bid there for Chris Dickerson to salvage the par here. That'd be a fantastic scramble.
Definitely. One more look at Simon. I'm totally got a better look at this here. I don't know, man. That just might have been clean.
That might have been clean. That was an optical
Did it hit
illusion.
this bendy tree right here? Nope.
That was insane. Didn't look that great, but it turned out wonderfully.
Maybe it just had that late turn.
Maybe it did. You know, it might have been those bushes on the left side were kind of blocking out the tree that's on the right side of the frame now.
Mm-hmm.
And we just kind of, as an optical illusion. It looked like a glitch in the system to me.
Wysocki. He's just pitching this one over there for par.
Yeah, that's all you can do.
That's well done, though.
Par's not bad here at hole 4.
And speaking of par, Ulibarri on 5. He planned his throws and he threw his plan, Philo.
It's a smart play here at hole 5. If you don't got the shot like we were talking about, if you don't have Calvin's shot, that high stall, hyzer, one angle, so hard to attack that green with full confidence anyway.
Yeah. Simon did leak a little long left into the woods, coming back out for birdie.
No.
Boo.
Everything but in the assembly for Simon.
Just sitting on the far side of the basket, too. Just a little too on that weak side?
I believe so. That looked a hair on the left side for Simon and just not quite enough change to settle. Corey Ellis now to bounce back, get back to level par. Inside circle 1, calling that 6 paces off. Perfectly into the sweet spot there for Corey Ellis. Dug from back, fought back from that big double bogey. Nice and early on in the round. You don't want to take forever to recover.
Dickerson to clean up par. This will be the first par for Chris today in a good way.
Ooh. Just barely enough to get over the rim for Chris Dickerson. He'll take that par.
Yeah.
Moving on along. Same for Rick.
Ricky's par followed by a Simon par. One more look at the Simon spit out. Or spit through, I guess.
Yeah, that was kind of half chain out, half cut through, because that got all the way through. Yeah, it certainly did. Through the whole left side. Does a little dance on the rim. Fortunate to sit there because those can stand up and roll away, and who knows where they go.
Could roll OB.
They could roll OB, so
Yeah.
not the best luck, not the worst luck.
On hole 6, Calvin Heimberg. A man who could be thinking birdie.
Yeah, that corner is about 500 feet away up on that high right side. If you can come up about 30 feet short of that, I think that'd be a lovely spot for Calvin to aim for. Not too aggressive, not too conservative.
Is that it?
It's going to finish a hair left, but not bad. Solid, solid.
That's like 400, 450 from there?
Into the green?
Yeah.
About that. Maybe a little more.
And your scores. We've got another 10 as Ezra Robinson, Philo, is through 15, 10 down.
Yeah, there's a bunch of birdies, too, on that finishing stretch.
Yeah,
Ezra
man.
Robinson could get it up to 12, 13, potentially.
16 and 17 are pretty easy.
Absolutely. They're right there in front of you.
Yeah.
18, it's open for the birdie. Obviously, you got to throw an amazing drive and a pretty solid upshot. Corey Ellis has earned himself back on top of the leader box here. Nice birdie.
Attacking the green on 5.
Coming up short, Corey Ellis headed to the drop zone. It looked a little bit inside out the hand.
yeah.
Didn't get it to that same sweet spot out there where Calvin Heimberg did moments ago.
Yep.
There's a definite spot on the right side of that light pole, probably that feather banner. That's probably the line you're looking for. Get it on that line, hard and straight. Give it some air.
If you're attacking the green, you got to miss long.
You have to plan to miss long.
Plan
yes.
to miss long. Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
It's
Dickerson.
probably not going to happen. That's why you plan to aim and miss long. It's most likely not going to happen at that distance.
Chris looking right at the green as well.
Ooh, just does get over the fence. Chris Dickerson in business. Looking to go 4 down, no less.
A foot to play with if that.
That looked like that barely snuck over.
Simon, no question what he's doing.
So casual for these guys to bomb this 476-foot hole. That needs to go. Ooh, following Chris Dickerson by inches. Whew.
Wow. Those are 3 very close drives. You know, Ellis finding the bad side, unfortunately. Let's see where Rick can put it. Live look down from our Flight Factory drone.
That needs to push.
Oh,
Not
way
even
short.
Close for Rick. Didn't even challenge that light pole. Headed to the drop zone.
Yeah, not that it matters, but I don't even know if he crossed in bounds at any point up there.
No, not a chance.
Yeah.
That was well short there from Rick.
Yeah. Interesting.
That drop zone is not friendly.
No, it's like 350, I want to say. Do you remember what it is? 330?
Yeah, something like that.
It's over 300.
Let's take a peeksy poo.
And like one more look at this Simon drive, just sneaking it over the fence. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'd say the mid 300s from the drop zone into the green.
Okay. Uli on 6, throwing 2. This looks like a play for par.
Absolutely. He's not one of those guys who's
No.
moving the disc in the 500-foot range easily. Smart play there from Ulibarri.
And Calvin's second, he looks to be attacking.
He does have the speed to carry this distance into the green.
If you want to miss left, though.
Yeah, definitely missed left. At least you'll have an opportunity to scramble something up for a 4. Look at this play from Calvin Heimberg.
He's playing some really good golf right now, man.
He's been playing really good golf all season
he
long.
Sure has. He's such intelligent shots, man.
He's an intelligent young man.
Yeah. Ellis throwing 3 after the OB drive.
Spot on from Corey Ellis from the
Nice.
drop zone.
Rick from the same.
Surprisingly, this hole is playing as the third most difficult on the track today. Huh. I would imagine a lot of players would have learned their lesson and take their medicine on this hole and just take your par and move on if you don't have it. Why challenge it?
I wonder if maybe the wind is down today, so people are getting a little greedy.
Maybe.
I wonder.
It's usually a helpful wind, usually kind of a tailing wind that pushes you along.
Ezra. Tee of 16, I believe.
Oh boy, Ian, are you serious right now?
Yeah, that's a birdie.
Routine birdie.
Yeah, what's he, 200, 250 maybe?
Less,
yeah.
180.
Nice.
That was awesome.
And back to 6 for Uli, throwing 3.
Do it. Sticking to the game plan, Paul Ulibarri. Picture perfect.
Talk about another man playing smart golf out here.
You got to do that on some of these holes.
Yeah.
There are definitely places to attack, and there's definitely places to be conservative.
Yeah.
Hole 6 is definitely a hole to use your conservative nature.
Hey, Terry, the wind is down. You think that's maybe a reason we're seeing so many more attacking shots on 5? How's it feeling out there?
Well, it's funny, as we were walking up the fairway, Chris was saying to his wife, Brittany, that it's been swirling. At one moment, you felt it over your right shoulder, pushing you to the basket, and the very next moment, it was almost a left to right.
So the swirly wind. Thank you, Terry. And they are waiting for 6 to finish, which is the greens are right next to each other. So Heimberg putting for birdie.
Back-to-back strokes on folk opportunities here for Calvin Heimberg. Rarely seen back-to-back birdies at holes 5 and 6. Job done there from Calvin Heimberg. Warming up that pizza delivery system.
Now 3 down through 6 holes. Buhr for par. Gannon sitting on with 1 birdie, 1 bogey. Bogey back on hole 3.
Oh, this is the time to get hot if you're Gannon Buhr. Survive the first 6 holes. It's okay. You can have a slow start here, but you really got to pick up the pace here on the second third of this, or the next 2/3 of the course ahead.
That was
so many birdies.
Barela moving the wrong way with a bogey. That's his 3rd of the day already, sitting at 2 over. Back to 5. Wysocki putting for bogey. Waiting for the fairway to clear.
Let some of that gallery filter out.
Yeah.
A lot of people moving around in the background.
It's like they are settling down for Rick.
Good focus there from Rick. Takes his time, makes sure everything's appropriate for the moment.
Dickerson, a birdie putt to go 4 for 5. Holds on. That was a little bit on the weak side.
It's a very, very good start for Chris Dickerson.
Simon to go 3 through 5. And Corey Ellis will slide home this bogey. Dropping him back to 1 over par again. And as they make their way to 6's tee, sneaking a break on the action in just a few.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Whale sacks are a unique grip accessory, handmade in the USA by fellow disc golfers like you. If you own a disc golf store, run a league, club, or tournament, whale sacks are the perfect addition to your players' packs, CTP prizes, or product to offer your customers. A portion of every sale is donated to Save the Whales. For wholesale pricing, visit whalesacks.com/bulk to get yours. It's time to join the Whale Club.
On your screen, hole 16, and Ezra Robinson to get to 11, and Philo 7 birdies in a row.
Look at you, dude. Look at this guy's back nine. What is going on out here?
You don't
He's
mess
got an
around with those-
opportunity to go clean sweep on the back.
Those Robinson bros are incredible, man.
How about them apples?
Let's check out Philo's philosophy, brought to you by our friends at blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Wow, maybe I should have put that first one or the last one on the bottom and the bottom one on the top.
Yeah.
Bogey-free effort today is going to pay off huge, as you see from Mr. Robinson. Want to minimize those OBs and absolutely take advantage of making scores on the par threes. A couple of these par fours are pretty tricky. You might not want to get too aggressive. Holes like 6, holes like 8. Tough to make birdie comfortably every time. I think recipe for success today is right there. Keep those bogeys off. Stay those, those drop zones are, oh man, they're hard here. They are not friendly at all, so don't go OB.
And in the picture, you saw Yuli's drive on 7. Here's the putt for another birdie.
Yeah, that's a gotta get birdie on the course, hole 7.
Yeah. Seeing of an ace earlier today, no?
Proctor got it.
Was it Proctor?
Last year.
No, Chanimal got it last year.
Chandler, Animal, you got it. You're right.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. Proctor's the guy who's got the hot hand today.
Yep.
I'm sorry. You were totally right.
Robinson on 17. Can this get down in bounds?
Just in time.
All right. Looking at another birdie, and we'll have that for the solo lead. And Heimberg putting for birdie on 7.
I'm just giggling at how casual these guys are. Just on a scorcher, and they're just like, yep, yeah, I do this all the time.
They do. Gannon Buhr getting that one in. Gets him back to under on the day. Back on 6's tee, Chris Dickerson. Is that look conservative, Philo?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he's going for birdie.
That's
here.
kind of what I'm getting at. Do you think? Yeah.
It's not one that he's got to get.
Mm-hmm. Simon?
Simon's putting a move on this.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the kind of play I like to see. Getting aggressive there for Simon Lizotte, testing that OB line. Just sneaks in. Cutting some distance off there on the approach.
Definitely was. Corey Ellis now.
Hanging it out there. That's not going to hustle back. Corey Ellis tried to get aggressive, but did not give the disc an opportunity to come back to safe land. Big mistake. Big mistake.
That's going to pile on. Wysocki.
Solid.
It looks like a play for par, though, doesn't it?
No, he threw it hard enough.
Okay.
He threw it hard enough to take a stab at the green if he wants to. It's a decision, game time decision. How are you feeling about it?
Tee of 8 with Calvin Heimberg. This tee shot it's demanding, Philo.
Absolutely. This is one of the most demanding tee shots on the course. Got that gap out there right around 250 feet, 180 feet, I believe, to the drop zone. So call it another 70, 80 feet to get across the other side. And
my goodness.
Blasted from Calvin Heimberg well into the sweet spot.
Perfect, man.
Absolutely. What's the beauty of that shot, Ian? Tell me. You know what I want to say. What doesn't it do?
Move.
It doesn't go side to side.
On a line,
on a
man.
frozen rope.
Yep. Robinson for the birdie and a solo lead. 8 in a row.
Woo! Let's go.
Can he grab the last one?
Oh, he's marching. He's ready.
With authority.
He's feeling it.
Let's see what Uli has back on the tee of 8.
A little tug there from Ulibarri. Not going to fight through.
First mistake we've seen out of Paul today. We'll put him at the DZ, throwing 3, likely bogey. Almost a guaranteed bogey, isn't it?
Pretty much.
Yeah. Ellis, his 3rd after an OBT shot.
In salvage mode now. Got to get a green flag here for Corey Ellis. That'll work. Solid progression. Should leave him around a 300-foot approach into the green, maybe just a little less, 290. That's my guesstimation.
It's going to put Corey at 2 over best case now. Back to 8 for Uli, throwing 3 from the drop zone.
Get anywhere out there by that stump on the left side, you're feeling pretty good about this shot. All right, that'll work. A little bit tight on the left side, but should have a nice little sidearm into the green.
Yeah, and close enough. He doesn't need to get crazy with it.
Shouldn't need to.
And on 18, your leader, Ezra Robinson.
You don't want to wait right now.
No,
he wants to keep throwing.
Yeah, man.
He's like, hurry up.
Keep that rhythm going.
Wow. Hanging out with Jake Mon.
Back on 6, Dickerson, his 2nd. Looks, what do you think, Philo?
Long ways. High 400s, maybe even bordering in the, I'd say 450 to the green. He probably popped it out there right around 400, but he's not close enough to the corner to really attack. He's probably going to aim for that birdhouse about 2/3 of the way down there. Ooh, aggressive rip. That's pretty conservative. I like it. Hang it out. Dig in.
Yeah, he threw it hard, but it was a very overstated disc. Yeah.
Smart play there from Dickerson. Didn't try to bite off too much, but also gives himself a chance of throwing in from, 60, 70 feet.
He's got that in him, for sure.
He certainly does. High IQ disc golf there from Mr. Dickerson.
Brittany Dickerson. And Simon. It's there if he wants it.
Up and over the cars in the parking lot. Hear the groans. They like it. Simon says, I'll take a look at another birdie. Thank you very much.
And with your leader, Ezra Robinson, tee of 18.
Does he drop the roller down?
He did do it on 16, so I kind of don't think he will here either. That's just a guess.
Air shot, laser beam. Look at that line. He is feeling himself today, Ian Anderson.
Yes, sir. Perfectly up the gut. In business. And looking to get to 13. Heimberg. Back on 8, throwing 2. And he's like, this is a putter, Philo?
Yeah, touchy little approach shot. Very skinny little peninsula to work with. That'll play for Calvin Heimberg in circle 1.
Massive that drive was.
It's so big.
Back to 6, Wysocki. Throwing 2. He is attacking the green, at least somewhat. 2 for Rick, looking at birdie. Maybe some raptor legs early. I feel like a birdie on 6 earns some raptor legs, It's a good one.
Maybe a little early in the tournament for that.
Ellis is 4th.
You want to crescendo up to Raptor Legs. I don't think you want to start the tournament at Raptor Legs and have nowhere else to go. Nicely done there from Corey Ellis. Going to scramble up his bogey after that really big miss off the tee.
The rest of the gang, though, putting for birdie. Uli on 8. This is for par. It's a really smart layup for bogey is what that was. I'll drop Paul back to 3 under on the day. But kind of like we've been seeing, Philo, that back is where you need to catch fire, huh?
You gotta, yeah, the front's definitely a little more difficult to manage. There's some places things can go sideways, a bit more tree, bad luck potential, out of bounds, things like that, rollaways.
Yeah, huh?
Feel like the back you can kind of really make your own luck out there, and really one hole to really pay attention to. I feel like 14 is the one you gotta survive.
Yeah.
You can get past 14, then it should be pretty smooth sailing into hole 18.
For birdie, Chris Dickerson gave that a half go, but doesn't drop home.
Not quite enough respect there from Chris Dickerson. Could have had that on the strong side a bit more. Playing that late fade. That's a par he can live with.
Sure enough. Wysocki, a couple steps closer, also looking at birdie. About time for Rick to get going here. That's not going to do it, though.
Yeah, if he wants to take this championship down or this tournament down once again, he's going to need to get going in a hurry.
Kind of funny, if you look back at Ezra, he was only 3 down through 6. And then...
flame on.
Yeah. Simon for a stroke on the card.
No problem for Simon Lizotte. Right on the edge of circle 1. Slides that in there casually. Strokes on folks in a big way here at hole 6.
Yeah, great separator birdie. As weird to not see Simon at the European Open, Philo.
It was odd. It was really strange to look down the box, you know, the box scores and the list and everything, and not see a Simon Lizotte in the mix. Just like it's strange to not see a Paul McBeth here this week. Obviously, we know he's nursing an injured shoulder.
Yep.
Saw him out there caddying for Munahando earlier.
Yeah,
that was really awesome of
really
him,
nice.
showing some support. Nice to see a team captain, you know, if he's not going to play the tournament, still show up and push his teammates forward.
Robinson on 18, throwing 2.
Doesn't have enough.
That didn't get down the hill.
Oh, yeah, it looked a little shy. We'll see if he has a look at that 3. Might be a lengthy one.
Calvin for birdie on 8. And Heimberg, don't look now, but that's 4 in a row.
That's drive was incredible.
It was. Threw an overstable putter on his second.
Had to be in that 500-foot range because it looked like he threw that about 250 feet into the green, maybe less.
Yeah, with you. We are looking back down 7's fairway at the tee, and your feature card making their way there. Should have a Simon drive coming for you.
Well, this is the easiest hole on the course. Got to take advantage. That'll work for Simon Lizotte. A little ground play, slides it up inside circle 1. Comfortably should get him to 5.
Dickerson next. Beating the Guardian trees on the right-hand side and into circle 1 goes Chris Dickerson.
Looked a little shy out the hand, but just enough pop to get there.
Wysocki. Overstable approach for Rick.
Ooh, don't hit anything and go left. There we go. Rick stays clean, runs it a little long, but he'll take that.
That was a bad kick away.
Yeah, there's some OB on the left. Hard to get to the OB on the right, but definitely easy to get to the OB on the left side.
Ellis, a rare forehand.
Oof, early release for Corey Ellis.
I think he's got that backhand shot, Philo.
I'm surprised to not see him just go stand still with a putter.
Right?
It's one of his best shots in his bag, and opting for something different. And here is where Ezra. Ooh, so he was living on the edge there.
Yeah, inbounds. But, and do you run this at this point? To birdie the back nine? To birdie the back nine.
Come on now. Oh, come on.
Do a slightly better job, basket.
Oh, that was so close.
It was strong
half
side.
An inch.
Yeah.
Half an inch, and that sticks.
With you. Oof. Still.
Hey, man. Nothing to scoff at.
What a day.
Nothing to scoff at. 8 under through the back. Almost ran up the whole back nine for Ezra Robinson.
And has never slept on a lead, Ezra Robinson, at a silver, elite, or major.
How about them apples?
Yeah.
Maybe this weekend is his time. You just never know. Only one way to find out. Got to tune in right here on the Disc Golf Network.
Looks like Garrett Everson's trying to chase him down. You see that? 8 through 13. Ellis, his second, back on 7. That will produce par, but that's not what you need on 7. And on the bridge hole, Calvin Heimberg onto the island green.
Drop it like it's hot. Let's go. Right on time, pin high for Calvin Heimberg. Right about a step and a half inside circle 1. Nice look at birdie.
Wysocki pushed the drive a little bit long on 7, coming back for birdie.
Never a doubt, Ricky Wysocki snagging up a birdie here at the 7th. Trying to get the wheels rolling.
Yeah.
This is the time to do it. You can have that mediocre start, if you will. It wasn't awesome. It wasn't terrible. Got to get the wheels moving here through the rest of this course. The field's certainly making moves.
Dickerson, a nice birdie make. That is Chris moving to
5 under, man. Steady,
yes,
steady.
Yeah. His only 2 misses are 4 and 6, and you can't beat
have
yourself
that.
up about
you
those.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you want to miss if you're going to miss any of them. You don't feel foolish for missing holes 4 and 6, and it's really not a miss on hole 6 because you're probably just laying up for it anyway.
Yep.
So don't look at it that way. That's gaining strokes on the field based on the numbers, a half a stroke.
Let's see how Uli bounces back from his first bogey of the day. Looks a little high.
That's fine.
Okay.
As long as it hangs out there, and then you're going to drop in a hurry. There you go. There's a putt. Green flag is the first thing you need here at hole 9. You don't really care where you finish on the green, really.
No, you really don't. Flying 8, Philo. Walk through the challenges here.
Well, the main challenge is obviously you got to clear this gap. I don't really see anybody laying up here. I don't think I've ever seen anybody lay up short intentionally and then take the long shot up there and then lay up again. Like, you're going to challenge this gap. Most successful lines you're going to see are the power throwers throwing the arrow straight down the middle. Really pushes well up into the sweet spot of the fairway. Then you got that skinny little peninsula to deal with on your way into the green. I really like people throwing their putters into this shot. The sidearms can kind of get the weird ground play if it's a faster disc and pop up and stand up and roll. You don't see that so much with the putter. You'd like to finish a little bit more to the fairway so you can have some clear space. Obviously, if you go left, tree right there, Guardian, really going to block things up for you. Great hole. I love this hole.
Yeah, it's one of the signature ones out here.
Absolutely.
And back on the tee, Simon. There is an over the tree route we have seen in the past.
For the massive arms,
yeah.
Yes, you can go up, up, and away.
And that's where Simon is headed.
Ooh, tickles the top of it, and it's coming straight down. This could be a red flag.
Likely. Yep.
That's not looking good for Simon. He takes it so well, though.
He does. Dickerson, he looks to be playing the gap.
I really like the guys that go for the left high corner and drag it back to center. Like the play where Ulibarri kind of tried to power hyzer that thing in there and stand it up. I think that's the one that gets away from most competitors.
Yeah, that shot's a little more touchy, isn't it, huh?
I feel like it is.
Yeah.
It's not the longest to the gap. It's 180 feet. There you go. Chris Dickerson moving the disc from left to center. Stress-free. Not the greatest of distance.
I wonder if he didn't disc down to
safe.
a fairway there.
Maybe he did.
Yeah.
It's not the longest carry, but, man, that gap is very intimidating.
Wysocki stepping up next. Rick not disking down. That's high speed over stable.
There you go. That's the swing I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Gives you a little bit more room for error. Gets the disc moving to the right side of the fairway.
Yeah, he did miss it technically, you know, but still had enough room to work with.
For sure.
Ellis needs to play perfect. Sitting at 2 over through 6.
He's looking at that high right side gap as well.
He sure is.
I'm surprised with as hard and straight as this young man can throw. He can also do this. Oh, he got a hold of that one.
Oh, my.
There you go. See what he does from there.
Through the Simon line better than Simon, Philo. Let's check out the birdie zone here on hole 8.
Yeah, you got a little thumbnail out there in the middle of the fairway. That's the ideal landing zone. If you can get up there where Calvin was in that 500-foot range, you got a little chip shot into the green. Still technical, but obviously the less distance you have, the more accurate technically, and you should be. Just say it as it is. Should be more accurate the closer you are to the basket. You don't really want to be all the way back there at the bottom of that thumbnail. That's testing the distance and the skinniness of that green up there. You have to throw a very accurate shot and have the speed be spot on so it doesn't cut roll over that hill.
And as you can see down there, Simon headed to the drop zone for his 3rd. Now on your screen.
Yeah, I hope that's overstable. There you go.
Yeah.
That's a good looking shot there from Simon. Should be able to manufacture an up and down for his bogey.
Yeah. For birdie, Uli on 9.
Been putting the disc pretty well today so far, hasn't he?
He has.
Can he take advantage of this one here? Indeed he does.
100% C1X, 100% C2 putting as well.
There you go.
Heimberg for 5 straight birdies.
What a stretch to be hot on. We are accustomed to seeing guys get hot on the backside of this course, but to start out this way for Calvin.
Yeah, through 9, Ezra was only 4 down.
This to get him to 6. Then he buckets, baby. The heat is on.
Wysocki back on 8, throwing 2.
This looks really good. That looks really good. You love that putt all day long here at hole 8.
And again, not trying to do too much.
No, that was perfectly timed and perfectly paced. Let that overstable catch up right on time. Calvin Heimberg, the sighting of the Nico LaCastro ace earlier this afternoon. Hole
What
10.
an ace that must have been.
That's an awesome one to get.
It's like Heimberg going fairway.
On the old squatch hole for this tournament.
Calvin out short left in circle 2. Putting for birdie. Ellis on 8. His second shot to set up a birdie look.
Hit something and stop. All right, all right.
Hopefully you can stretch out a look.
Maybe.
Yeah.
It's kind of congested back there.
Yes, it is. Dickerson. Also a second shot. There is OB down there, but he should be safe.
He should be fine. That's a nice looking swing there from Chris Dickerson. That should be inside circle 1. Pin high.
And live with Heimberg. on 10's green.
That's a green light go for Calvin Heimberg, licking his chops here. Can he get it
for
to 6? Double turkey. Vinny buckets, baby. Oh, he's got the car heated up and all ready to go now. Pizza delivery's coming every hole.
Put Domino's to shame. A patented pizza delivery from Calvin Heimberg, putting the pie in the oven.
So casual. So casual.
And a huge thanks to our friends at Sunstein for sponsoring the patented moment of the day. Head over to sunsteinlaw.com and they'll take care of you. Patent, trademark, copyright, NFT. They got you. A birdie look for Lizotte on 8. This is not a birdie look. This is a par look.
Yeah, had that drive go be head to the drop zone. Is he going to sling this in for a par save? That'd be one heck of... Get out of here, Simon. Come on, man.
Nobody does that, Philo.
He does. He does.
Nobody does
He
that.
is that guy.
That's crazy. What a make.
What's that, a 90-footer?
They gave him 60 on Udis.
No.
This looks longer than 60.
No.
This is like 70 or 80.
They said it's 75 feet from the tree on the corner to the basket.
Okay.
He's at least another 35
Yeah.
past, maybe 20 past that. Come on now.
A par after an OB drive on 8?
Never seen it before.
It's probably never happened.
I don't think I've ever seen it before.
Dickerson with a birdie look. An air ball, and this is getting wet, but he doesn't do that often.
Beautiful touch there from the robot chicken. Drops it in.
Nothing but net.
Little stall action there from the robot. Love it. Such a sketchy putt, man. Like you said, you airmail that thing, it's gone. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Wysocki, a slightly better angle, but still could find the OB with a miss for birdie.
Oh, that's wicked good right there. Ricky Wysocki coming to life right on time.
And Ellis will head into the woods. Terry, talk about what that spotter was telling you down there.
Yeah, guys, I'm out here with Hall of Famer from Illinois, Tom McManus, PDGA 1276. He said Ricky's approach, the single best approach shot he saw out here all day long. Ricky, like you said, turning it on here as he's heading into the back 9.
You'll love to see it. Thank you, Terry. Ellis coming back for a much-needed birdie. This could stay dry at least. But not what Corey needed. Rolling back one more look at this Simon Lizotte make. Huge thanks to our friends at Zuka for rolling this back.
I stand corrected. Someone has sent me a message saying Reed Friskira saved par from
Really?
the drop zone on hole 8 a few years back.
Wow.
I just hadn't seen it.
Yeah,
I hadn't really heard of this story yet.
Yeah.
It's awesome that he's done it, but I hadn't seen it on camera.
Yep.
We just watched it happen, and that was epic.
That was amazing. And that kept it clean for Simon as well. That would have been his first bogey of the day.
Scrappy.
On the tee of 11, Calvin Heimberg.
He's on an official heater right now. Can he keep the mo rolling? Oh, just runs it too deep. Tap in par coming up. That's the place you want to miss if you're going to miss.
Yeah.
You got a 10-foot putt for your par. Unfortunately, that will end the birdie streak for Calvin.
Uli.
Having himself a very successful front 9. Can he find the pace? No, he follows Heimberg into the same area.
Making minis in the rough over there. Maybe something to think about there, Philo, when the lead car gets there. I wonder if the win, maybe?
It's a touchy shot either way.
Yeah.
You know, it's all about touch on hole 11. It's not the longest of holes for the sidearm play. You just got to trust that once the disc, you got to aim a little short of the basket. Those guys were being a little aggressive there. With that speed, you want to bounce it right around the circle's edge, get the forward push, give yourself a 20-footer. Shouldn't be that stressful.
Dickerson on the tee of 9.
Skinny flex for Chris Dickerson, but the disc is a bit too overstable. Fades out well early out into circle 2 for Dickerson. Longer bid than you'd like here at the 9th, but green flag is first order of business. Got that part done.
Yeah, this hole has bitten some league car competitors in the past.
Sure, I mean, yeah, we've seen some awesome heroics too. Gannon Buhr throwing it in from the drop zone. I mean, those types of things can happen, but you don't really want to put yourself in that position.
Yeah. There's Wysocki with a pretty safe drive as well.
Looked extremely conservative from Rick.
Yeah, they're both in circle 2.
Yeah, maybe he's just more comfortable taking the 45-footer. There's nothing wrong with that.
Simon. What we got?
Also a bit shy out the hand, and he needs that to get down in a mad hurry. There you go. Right on time for Simon. Green flag. But I'm so surprised to see those guys all come up a bit short and left.
And Ellis takes the tee. They did update Simon's putt distance to 93 feet.
I was in the right ballpark.
Yep, you were.
I've been around this track a few times. Corey Ellis attacking. Does it have the carry? Oh, this looks perfect.
Lovely.
Indeed it is for Corey Ellis.
He was in need of a no-stress birdie.
Big time.
And he'll have one there. And Philo, you mentioned this just a few moments ago. Was it last year, Philo?
I believe it was last year.
Yeah.
Gannon Buhr missing the island. They send him to the drop zone, and he sets off a firework.
Pretty exciting par.
Everybody's hands went up. Definitely take another look at that. Hung it out there well past the boundary line, right corner pocket. Love that reaction from the gallery. Keeps them coming back for more.
Isn't it? Speaking of Gannon Buhr, putting for birdie on 11. A tough day, but he's fighting back.
As you like to say, that's a colorful scorecard right there for Gannon Buhr, but you got to love that he's battling through.
Barela also having a tough day, but also makes a nice birdie.
Yeah, getting him back to even par. That's not a bad place to be after a rocky start. You can string together some birdies here and get this into a respectable round.
Get like 5 or 6, you know?
At least 4, you know? You get to 4 to 5, still got a chance out here.
Simon putting for birdie back on 9.
I never gave that one a chance. Swung it wide.
It's like Rick lining up a putt. As our buddy AJ Risley moves into position. Dickerson in circle 2 for birdie. Up par, but that's still a really nice front 9. 6 down?
Absolutely, for sure. Yeah, you're not going to scoff at 9 under. Excuse me, 6 under through 9 for Chris Dickerson. That's nice, steady pacing there, making good decisions, keeping things in front of him, not challenging the course more than he needs to. I really like what he's doing right now.
Wysocki.
There we go, Rick. Now he's engaged in this round. Going to need to finish nice and strong, though, if he wants to have any chance of going 4 times in a row out here. Those leaders up top, they're shooting him. Obviously, you know how volatile Northwoods can be, but you don't want to let them get too far out in front.
Yeah. And as they make their way to the next, a quick break on the network. We'll be back in just a few.
Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited, cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top-quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
Can you feel it? It's fresh and something completely new. It connects us with nature and where we care about what's around us. At Pure Disc, we believe that every small step counts. Our bags, made from recycled materials, may just be a drop in the ocean, but we believe this is the beginning of something. Pure Disc golf bags are waiting for you on our website, puredisc.net, with same-day worldwide shipping wherever you are.
Ricky Wysocki, T of 10. It's a little wide.
That should hook up right on time for Rick. Just a smidgen wide, but right about pin high. Another solid look for Rick. He's been putting really well the last few holes.
Corey Ellis has fought his way back to 1 over on the day. Let's see if we can do some damage here on the back.
Hole 10 playing a quarter stroke under par on the afternoon, right in the middle of the pack as far as difficulty is concerned. Corey Ellis playing the hyzer on the skinny side. Got a push, and it does break through the cabbage.
How about that?
Terry Miller's got a good eye on it. Right there in the sweet spot.
Dickerson next. Do we have video of the LeCastro ace? Did anybody get it?
I have no idea. I just saw it on the U-Discs.
And where for production is we don't have video.
That's a bummer.
It is. That's a great ace.
Dickerson also challenging the right side. Not quite as aggressive as the Corey Ellis shot, but opportunity to score.
Mm-hmm. And Terry, we're watching Simon drive right now, but tell us what you heard about the LeCastro ace here.
Yeah, guys, when I caught up with the spotter earlier, Tom, he was telling us how Nico was struggling back on hole number 8. In fact, even received a courtesy warning and was really frustrated with his game. 2 holes later, steps up and aces hole number 10. Kind of reminiscent of a few years ago. He struggled out at Maple Hill on hole number 7, turned around, aced hole number 8, the very next hole. Nico just needs to get himself fired up.
I guess so. I feel like Nico comes pre-fired up.
Yeah, you don't need to get him motivated, that's for sure. Nico is always marching around, and this guy had another one of those colorful scorecards out there, touched a little bit of everything.
Yep.
Some birdies, some pars, some double bogeys, some regular bogeys, and an ace.
Tasted the whole rainbow of disc golf scores today.
Oh, that's the Skittles bag.
Yeah, there you go. Simon second. This drive was well short. So bad it was in bounds at least.
Yeah, that's fortunate for Simon because out the hand I thought, oh, this could end up out of bounds for him. And trying to get sneaky again.
Yeah.
Take his par and move on.
Hole 12. Calvin Heimberg going fairway.
I really like the line that the guy's hanging out right on that tree on the right edge of the fairway.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be, that's right about it there. If it gets overstable, that should work out perfectly. There you go. Calvin Heimberg has done his homework here at the Ledgestone Insurance Open.
He took a little break on hole 11, Philo, but he's back on the birdie train.
Just a tiny break. I mean, he threw a good shot, just a little bit too much go.
Yeah, it could have stopped, you know.
Maybe not. I don't think so. He threw it too hard. It wasn't going to stop.
There's Dickerson giving that a bid. Garrett Everson on 16 to move to double digits and a share of 3rd place.
That was a nice looking putt. Look at this guy's scorecard. I think he got Philo's philosophy down this morning. No bogeys.
Gosh, he's got some good gets in there too. He got 4 and 8. Yeah.
Okay.
On 12, Uli.
I like the line. Does it fade on time? Oh, that's lovely. Paul Ulibarri, short work there for a birdie.
Even closer.
Lovely.
Paul is playing so well today. It's been really fun to watch.
I really like that they did something with that tee pad because back in the day, that was a tough one. Ricky Wysocki.
You jinxed him, Philo.
Never gave it a chance, man. That's so uncharacteristic of Rick.
That was not a good putt at all.
Corey Ellis.
That's a good putt.
Yeah, taking advantage of that fortune, breaking through the cabbage on the right side into circle 1 and in for birdie.
He's back to even.
All right, still battling.
He's fighting. Simon coming back for par. No problem with that one. And this is a Dickerson par as well.
Corey Ellis, the only guy walking away with a birdie.
Yeah. Probably the guy that needed it the most.
No doubt about that.
There is Rick, a disappointing par after a pretty bad miss from edge of circle.
Don't typically see Rick miss low like that.
Like, did it even catch Cage, or was that Kuzi?
That was Kuzi.
Yeah. That's 3rd straight birdie for Buhr. He has woken up.
Here we go. A little late for the afternoon as far as being in contention, as being in the mix and all.
And 17 with Everson.
Does it have the carry? Has a great line. This could be parked up. Indeed it is.
And he will get to 11 and a share of 2nd, along with James Proctor. Calvin for birdie. Calvin is actually ahead of Ezra's pace still. And there is Uli with a nice birdie. It was an A-B par. This only par on that card. 11, Ellis.
There you go. That's where you like to land. I think he even went mid-range there to ensure that thing checked up and dug in fast.
Correct, sir.
Nice play there from Corey Ellis. Ricky Wysocki looks like he's got something a little faster. Going to play a little higher and wider. Has the appropriate speed. There you go. You bounce it on the circle. You get the forward push. 20-foot putt. No stress. I like it when people listen to me, man. I know what I'm talking about. I'd definitely be a 1050 rated caddy.
Right? Right?
I may not be able to throw all the shots.
You'd be better than Paul?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying anything when it comes to Paul. It's been a long time since I beat that guy, so I have no ground to stand on. And I think the last time I beat him, it was a one-day tournament in 2 rounds on the course in my backyard in SoCal. So, yeah, I'm going to shut up.
Dickerson with a nice drive on 11. That should work for birdie.
Did you ever get to play Verdugo Hills?
I never did before they closed it down. Yeah.
That was such a treat.
You could play it at night, too, right?
Yeah, it had the night lights because it was a pitch and putt 18-hole ball golf course. Night lights. It was a lot of fun, man. So many good memories there.
Simon.
Simon Lizotte. Too much go. Yeah, you can, Simon. Yeah, you do.
It's only 300 feet, Simon.
That's a chip shot.
Well, you got him at Verdugo Hills. That's when you took him down?
Yeah, I think that's the last time I got him. I remember, Paul and I were kind of like two of the top sharks in SoCal, along with guys like Steve Rico and Bobby Music, of course. But, when he was a young guy, that was like the time to pick on him a little bit and get him when they were calling him the Ferrari and whatnot. That was the time when we were jumping on him. And then a couple of years later, he started smacking us around. And obviously what happened in the middle of the 2010s, that was just unprecedented golf again, kind of champish. And it was right around that time where I picked him off at SoCal, one of my home courses, Verdugo Hills, awesome facility.
You almost got a Masters Cup that one year, Philo.
Yeah, that was close, man. That was a fun battle.
Coming down the stretch. I think you guys maybe had 3 or 4 to go, and you guys were tied.
Yeah, we were going for it, man. That was a long time ago, though. It's been years.
Heimberg on 13. We'll let you know. On the fairway after 1 is the word from our friends at UDisc. Uli next. I love his nickname used to be the Ferrari. Like, he threw a very far. A little loose back in the day, right?
A little loose. It took him a couple of years to dial it in while Ulibarri drops a dime on the fairway here. That is an ideal spot to land in.
Yeah, they took the hards off. They put the softs on Paul's Ferrari, and it was all she wrote.
Became very dependable.
Yeah.
You know, Ferraris are kind of, temperamental. And you're going to be in the service shop a bunch, right? And it's going to cost you a lot.
Simon for par after the OB drive. And Simon puts that in. We're going to play through the rest of these. We'll be back in a bit. Don't miss the action, though.
Can't make it to the course? No. Pro, the best-selling disc golf board game on the market. It's everything you loved about the original Birdie, but back and improved for the ultimate strategy game experience. Choose your player, build their skills, and do everything you can to make karma work in your favor. Foot faults, headwinds, and even more surprises stand between you and victory. Birdie Pro, available in stores and online.
Play smart. That means getting reliable results from reliable discs.
Keep it simple. Founded in 1995 as Innova's original molding partner, Millennium Golf Discs are designed for control and not overcomplicating your game.
Throw Millennium. Premium discs that help you compete at your best.
Play smart. Keep it simple. Throw Millennium.
I just think the plastic is very premium. It's a high quality material. The way the disc feels in my hand.
I think it's the quality of plastic.
It's unlike any other plastic that you'll find in the industry.
The quality is better than any other company out there.
Again, just consistent plastic. It's something I can consistently trust on every single throw.
There's so many discs to choose from, and I guarantee if you tried every disc in the lineup, you're gonna wanna put multiple discs in your bag.
It's extremely high quality. You can only say so much, they have to eventually just try it themselves and see.
What's up, guys? Welcome to Grow Generation. Today we're in Redding, California at one of our flagship stores. Let's go check it out. We are the largest hydroponics retailer in the country with over 60 locations nationwide. At Grow Generation, we carry thousands of products, from personal home gardens all the way up to large-scale cultivation facilities. So head over to growgeneration.com where you can find the store closest to you, or order online. Use the code DGPT for 10% off your next order.
If you stay to the right side of the tee, you're good. You're good, Jeff.
354-foot spike hyzer coming up for Corey Ellis. Got to pick a line out there on the right side. Just anticipate that fade. Perfectly executed from Corey Ellis.
Corey Ellis woke up. That's going to be 4 in a row.
There we go.
Wysocki next.
.350 up the hill, looking like a chip shot for these competitors.
This hole looks so. It used to play so much tougher.
It certainly did.
And it hasn't changed.
It hasn't. Well, what has changed is this tee pad, because back in the day, when that thing was on a pretty steep inclination, and you're going from the grass to the concrete. Now they've built this whole area up, put this nice little temporary tee pad down, and now things are nice and level, and everybody can get a nice solid grip. Dickerson having no issues as well. Ooh, a little early. Oh, no, maybe I spoke too soon.
Oh.
That looked nice out the hand for Dickerson. Unfortunately, bops off the water tower, retreats into the out of bounds, and he'll be headed to the drop zone. And he's still smiling.
They're both taking it pretty well. Simon.
Simon trying to correct after that miss from Dickerson. Hangs it out there a bit wider. And don't bump your head. Simon Lizotte drops in for a birdie.
That'll move Simon to 6 under through 12. 50% birdie rate, 0% bogey rate. One more look at this Lizotte drive.
Oh, everything lined up beautifully there for Simon Lizotte. Points his feet in the direction he wants the throw to go. Nice rail there to follow with the feet. Arm followed, disc followed. No work on the putting green.
There is Dickerson to the right of Simon at the drop zone. These can drop home on occasion, you know?
I've done it. If I can do it, anyone can do it.
Are you the one that did it?
I didn't, yeah.
Is that the one I'm remembering?
I don't know, maybe. It's been a while,
Yeah.
but, you know, hang it out there and pray.
No. Yep.
Solid effort there from Dickerson. About all you can do.
This is Calvin throwing 3 on hole 13.
In position to attack this green. Nice job there from Calvin Heimberg.
And we saw Garrett go out of bounds on 18, so his third. That nasty
cut
cut
and roll. Yeah, neither of us really thought that that was going to happen. Catches another tree halfway up the fairway, retreats some 45 feet, so some extra work there to salvage bogey at the 18th.
That's not guaranteed either.
No, very technical approach into this green with that side slope. Lots of things could happen.
Look at this shot from the drone crew, Philo.
So cool.
This is amazing.
So cool. What's really fun is at the end of the tournament watching all the big arms cast them up towards that big water tank to see who can
hit it.
Ring the bell.
I remember Gannon trying last year, right?
Everybody tries.
Everybody tries. Have you hit it yet?
I never hit it. I got close, but I never got up there. That's a mash, man. Straight vertical.
Right, yeah. Uli, his third on 13.
All set up. Oh, that's not the miss you're looking for there. Ulibarri misses on the high left side, catches the positive skip deep in circle 2.
We've seen him aggressive from that range. Let's see what he does. Everson on 18, throwing 4.
That doesn't help either.
No, that looks like a 6, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
Disappointing finish.
Yeah. We'll show you the finish on the other side of this break. We'll be back in just a few.
Trilogy Challenge is back, y'all. You get 3 discs.
The Retro Orbit Pure.
Tournament Ice Orbit.
Warship, Fusion, Ice, Orbit, Vandal. Are you ready to hit the course with these 3 discs?
Go check out ThrillerChallenge.com.
When Prodigy asked me if I wanted to do a collab series, the answer was of course yes. I knew I wanted it to be a mid-range with a lot of glide and overstability. The amount of control that I feel that I have with a mid-range is something that gives me a large amount of confidence on the course. This mid-range is unlike any other Prodigy mid. I'm super excited that this disc is going straight in my bag. Cannot wait for it to be out and available for the public to try as well.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
Check out the whole lineup at clashdisc.com.
Hole 13, you saw Paul's approach go long and left. He's in circle 2, putting for birdie.
Nice touchy bid there from Paul Ulibarri. Does come up empty, doesn't touch a thing. Just a step off the bullseye, so that should stress him out.
Heimberg for birdie. And to go 9 through 13.
How do you feel about that? I mean, all types of ways. Okay.
That's what you expect, Philo.
Beautiful.
If he finishes perfect, birdie's out. He'll have a 2-stroke lead over Ezra. That's wild. Everson for bogey. Oh, so we just got an update for Everson. Apparently he was not OB after the drive, like we thought.
Maybe he got caught up on some of that cabbage
on
before the water.
rocks.
Yep, on the rocks, exactly.
So he would go on to drop in a bogey, dropping him back to 10 under.
That's better than 9,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
One
Truth.
is better than 2.
Truth.
Going the wrong direction.
Ellis, 13's D.
If he could land anywhere where we saw Ulibarri playing from, that is the ideal landing zone. Sneak in front of that tree, that'll work. You would like to be in front of those trees so you have a nice clean swing. You get kind of tied up under those trees, it could affect the window for the height on the way out. Definitely want to stall your shot in on the second and third shots. You don't want to throw a low line driver. That's where things can kind of skip up and run away on you.
Wysocki's tee shot?
That sounded a bit strange from Rick.
Looking left of ideal.
Yeah.
He's on the wrong side of those trees, but
sounded like he kind of grimaced a little bit. Maybe some grip issues. I mean, he's sweating a ton. Look at his shirt.
Well, Terry's right there.
Getting the Rick James.
Love it.
James Brown treatment.
Terry, as we're watching this Simon drive, did you notice anything from that Ricky swing?
Well, yeah, when he came back, he grabbed a towel and he said something about having a wet thumb or just slipping right out of his thumb. So that seemed to be the issue there on that tee shot.
Yeah, you can see that as it's early release a little left of optimal. Simon looks good, though.
Yeah, he's solid.
Yeah.
Anywhere on the right side of those trees on that little corner of that peninsula there is ideal.
Dickerson.
You can see where the shadow and the sun on the right side of those trees, anything right there is just perfect. Takes a lot of pressure off the next shot. High spiking hyzer. This is moving left for Dickerson. On the wrong side of the trees as well. We'll check the line. We'll check the height for Dickerson on the way out. Could be interesting. See 2 discs there on the left side and a couple on the right.
Rick and Dick over there on the left. Sorry.
You said it, not me.
Calvin Heimberg on the tee of 14.
Get a little motion to the right or sit down. One of the two. Sit, sit. Okay, that's going to be interesting.
It will, yeah. Second shot for Marweed on 18. He's at 9, trying to get to double digits. Is he going to throw a forehander out and around? He's got one of the best in the world.
That's what he's lining up. I don't think
You're
he's playing the
thoughts.
skinny guy.
You're having thoughts over there, Philo.
You just got to trust the thrower in these situations. It's his game. He knows what he's capable of. Plenty of room to work out there with. You just can't blow the angles. I did not see a disc come down, but I heard some claps, so I imagine that turned out all right.
Maybe early in the tree.
Maybe.
I don't see the water moving like a disc hit it either. So that's good.
Yeah, that's a good sign.
Yep. And head over to the Ledgestone Pro Shop. Thanks to our partners at Ledgestone for running a great event. Use code DGPT at shopledgestone.com to get 10% off your order through Sunday night. They have a lot of amazing plastic. They get like the special runs of like, the stuff you're trying to find and you can't. Head over to Ledgestone. You will probably find it.
We give some of the best players packages I've ever seen at this event.
It's wild.
Seeing all the AMs walk back to the parking lot with a brand new disc golf backpack. How cool is that?
And Uli on 14, his second shot. Nice tee shot.
Yeah, that's a great tee shot. Still a ways to the target from there. This is a long par 4.
Yeah.
Basket situated very precariously on the right side of this green.
Was it this one Kevin threw in for eagle, or was it 13?
I'm having a hard time remembering.
I know.
Low line driver for Ulibarri should get stable in time. Will it have the distance? Oh, that's looking pretty good.
It is, yeah.
All right, circle 2 look there for Ulibarri. That's good work.
And a runnable putt, too.
Yes, sir.
Give that one the full go.
This hole's so much more challenging when there's that headwind blowing. Guys have a hard time getting to the landing zone and an even harder time getting onto the green.
Yeah, we see a lot of them flip out over the lake and never.
That shot Ulibarri just threw would have been gone. I almost guarantee you, if it has any negative in it, that wind gets a hold of it, it's gone.
Wysocki back on 13, throwing 2.
Rick found some land in between those trees, had enough airspace. Hearing some claps, that means he should be good. There's his disc, I believe.
Oh, okay. Yep, on the fairway after 2 is Wysocki. Rick currently sitting at 6 down.
Dickerson also got away with one here. That could be easily blocked out. Plenty of room to work with. Not the ideal line that you'd want to throw, but still something you can shape a shot nice and high and wide. Make sure that thing gets left
Looked like a good amount of hyzer on that release.
Lots of hyzer, lots of height. Just in front of that bush to beat. Dickerson should be able to see the green from there. Looks like everybody's having a hard time keeping those digits dry and tacky.
It looks moist out there, Philo.
Earlier in the day, it was kind of gray. A lot of gray cover. Not really rainy looking clouds, but just kind of keeping the sun at bay and keeping some of that humidity out. And now I'm sure things are getting real steamy out there now that the sun's out.
Simon second.
That's going to be great. There you go.
It's a couple feet past where Dickerson ended up.
You don't need anything flashy here. 3 pretty routine hyzers. One to get across the water, one to get to the landing zone, one to attack the green, and you should have a look at a birdie every time.
Ellis. Looks like he might have pushed this one too far left, Philo, for the hyzer route.
Yeah, he's going to have to throw a really nice shot here with this low tunnel along the left side. Those trees have just been getting lower and lower to the ground as the years pass by, filling out and making that window smaller and smaller.
And you do not get skips on this grass.
No, he's going to need to test the height of this window. Yeah, I can't imagine much skip out of that.
Yeah.
So thick.
Hopefully you can find a window into the green from there. Not always guaranteed.
It's going to be in that 450 plus range for Corey Ellis because he didn't take the hyzer line.
Right.
So he's going to be a bit further back, I imagine, than the rest of the competitors on the card.
Heimberg at
that'll work.
Throwing 2. Yeah, far enough back. He's got to swing, huh?
Unleash a big hyzer out and over the water for Heimberg. Get something overstable up there. There you go. That'll work for Calvin. Should be green.
And Marweed's second must have caught up very early, Philo.
Yeah, it looks a lot early.
Yeah.
Still 250 into the green for the Cookie Monster, Andrew Marweed. Taps that inside circle 1.
Should work for par for one of the best putters in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Uli putting for birdie on 14. You saw the approach.
Right on circle's edge for Ulibarri, having a fantastic day on the putting green, and add another one to the tally. Paul Ulibarri, strong 6-under performance so far here Thursday afternoon.
100% inside the circle, and he is 2 for 4 outside.
There you go. That's solid shooting.
Yeah. Back to 13 for Ellis, throwing 3. And this is kind of what you end up with, isn't it, Philo?
This is where you might want to play for a par. Don't get greedy.
Terry, thoughts on what we're watching here for Ellis?
Yeah, guys, Corey was thinking about his options and went for the safer route. We'll see how it pays off.
Oh, it unfortunately got wet, Terry. It skipped at an inopportune time. Corey will be throwing 5.
Yeah, he's putting from circle 2, right on the edge. I believe the whisker, we saw the disc next to his entrance into the water was the marker for circle 2. Had that rough start, battled his way back, and now he's in danger here of dropping a stroke at the 13th.
Yeah.
That double at the second was so painful. OB, OB. Just a rocky way to start a tournament.
Chris set up beautifully. That's Simon's disc right next to him.
That needs to stay up. Ooh, just enough for Chris Dickerson. That grinded along those rocks.
Living on the edge, Philo.
Ooh. That would have been a massive mistake for Chris Dickerson.
Yeah, after 2 great shots.
Yeah, you don't want to throw one. That looked a little hung out to me. You'd like to see it just a smidgen on the left side coming into the basket, and the hill should gobble it up for you. Usually when you land on the low side on a hill that's filtering in that direction, it's going to kind of do this thing here where it wants to stand it up and gravity wants to grab a hold of it. So close to being an epic fail.
Ooh, a slightly different angle on that landing. But inbounds and very close for birdie. Simon, just about the same, hoping for a less scary result.
See if he can get this thing entering the green a little bit on the left side of the target. Ooh, short for Simon. Lizotte just curls up just in time. He can't believe it. That was underthrown by 60 feet.
That's, yeah, quite
at least
under.
60.
Pretty big miss from Simon. Don't expect that. He doesn't either. Wysocki. That looks good.
You see the difference in the finish that I'm talking about?
Yeah.
You see when they get it closer left side of the basket, how it kind of check skips back towards the hole? That's the look.
Long birdie look for Calvin on 14.
Wow, what a bid from Calvin Heimberg, man. Woo, that was a heat check and a half.
That's Calvin at 9. He's got 4 to play. Chance to get to 13.
How you feeling about this leaderboard right now?
It's really interesting, isn't it?
I love it.
Yeah.
I love what I'm seeing right here. We've got a nice mix. Nice mix of names up there.
We get to watch the entire 18 at Northwood tomorrow, Philo.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, man.
Get your snacks and drinks ready because it's going to be a long afternoon.
It was about a 4-hour round this morning for
saw
the women.
And they were playing a shorter course.
They were playing pretty well, too, actually.
They did pretty well.
Yeah.
They were holding their own out there.
Yuli on 15.
Going to the classic Anheuser swing up the hill. It's a solid play, just shy of pin high.
Yeah. Top of the hill is nice.
Should be right on the edge of the circle.
Simon, the approach well short. Still has this for birdie, though.
Spin putt on its way and dodges the chains on the left side. A little more pace or a little wider. That would have gone in. Disappointing par to scrape up here after landing safe on your first 2 shots.
Well, they're probably the toughest 2 shots on the hole, aren't they, you know? That approach in the green, if you've done the first 2 well, it shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, it's pretty much a carbon copy. You know, you're playing 3 basic hyzers. You do got to pay attention to how you're going to land here. But it's the same thing all 3 times. You're playing into the same kind of grade. It's all filtering to the right.
And that is a very nice putt from Corey Ellis, Philo.
That was a massive save from Corey Ellis.
Keeping the back 9 clean with that make. Dickerson for birdie to move to 7. No doubter there from Dickerson. Erasing that bogey he earned on 12. Simon a par putt. Be followed by a Wysocki drop-in birdie. And Rick, after kind of a slow start, all of a sudden has birdied 6 of the last 7. On 15, Calvin Heimberg.
Asking for that thing to hustle, climb the hill, and it does just that for Calvin Heimberg. Bullseye hit once again. My man is, woo! Don't touch him, he's red hot.
Roll back that Zuka. Known for his awesome forehand, Calvin Heimberg. You know, it's fantastic.
It's all been fantastic for Calvin Heimberg so far today. Can't really think of anything silly that he's done. Yeah, maybe a couple of out of bounds, but he's saved them both.
And the putter has
free effort.
Putter's only hit the ground once.
Whew.
And that's from circle 2.
Oof, that's always a good thing. Always, always, always.
100% C1X on the day, and he's only had 2 looks from circle 2, which really speaks to how he's been throwing the disc today.
This is that kind of course, man. If you throw the disc well, you don't have to putt so much.
Yeah. Uli on 15 for birdie.
Continuing his streak inside circle 1, Ulibarri collecting another birdie. Back-to-back at 14 and 15, 7 under on the round.
He has a chance for double digits.
That's a solid pace, man. In the mix. You know, you don't have to be right there at 13, especially going into Northwood 2 days in a row. All kinds of things might happen out there tomorrow and Saturday. Ricky Wysocki starts this left. This doesn't look good. Little 50-50 grind on the line there, and I'm pretty sure Terry's standing right next to it, and that should be out of bounds. Oh, is he trying to foot wedge it back in? Is that what was that? Some world champ love?
We're watching Chris Dickerson. What did we just watch down there, Terry?
What are you doing down there, guy?
I mean, if the guy wants to be the 4-time champ, he might need a little help from the sideline reporter. Now, he was out by a good 6 or 8 feet. I was putting a stick down as to where I last saw him inbounds. The group will have to confirm, but I was just providing a spot.
Yeah, you're the best, Terry. Thank you for that. There's Dickerson, inbounds, and
perfect.
A nice spot.
Perfect. We love that spot here at 14.
Ellis has birdied 4 of the last 5.
The technicality of this tee shot is just, it's up there. Throwing downhill, got to get the disc on the left side, moving back to center.
The low ceiling, the rising floor.
If you're going to try to push the zone, right? If you want to get out past this tree into the sunlight, you're going to need to throw a special shot. If you're going to do what these guys are doing, lay up a little short, be conservative, take the challenge on the second shot, the long crossing.
Simon.
There's a look at the more aggressive line right there. Simon Lizotte. That's beautiful. Very, very nice. Let's see if he can capitalize now. Kind of gave up that last opportunity on the par 5. Was all set up, looking at the green, and threw it away. Pretty much in the ideal spot here at the 14th to attack this green.
Let's check out our birdie zone here. On hole 14. Rick is up there, but he kind of overshot the birdie zone into the OB zone.
He's going to be scrambling for par here. Everybody's pretty much in business otherwise. With their abilities and talents, everyone's got the boom to get up there to the green.
If you want to grab a copy of Birdie Zone, you can head over to shipping retailers can find it at the MVP distribution. Order online at bodabrothers.com. Get your copy of the best-selling disc golf board game in the world. It's really fun. Had a lot of fun playing that with Nate and Val and Val's mom.
Nice.
A couple years back.
Nice.
Now there's Terry's stick right there. I was the only one playing without a world championship. It kind of hurt.
I've been to many of those parties. Back in the days, man.
Now you're a major champion. You got that, though.
I am now.
That's pretty awesome.
I'm talking about early on in the day, man. I was hanging out with all the best players in the world.
Feldy and Avery.
And Climo and you name it, man. It was
Wysocki third after the OB tee shot.
Abbreviated approach with the OB line. Does he got the pop to get there? All right, that looks like a look for Rick right on the edge of the circle.
Yeah.
That'd be a fantastic scramble. 850-foot par 4.
Heimberg, tee of 16. Going fairway. Should see an air shot out of Calvin.
Burned it over just a smidgen too much. You're going to get a green flag. A little longer approach into the green than you may like if you were Calvin Heimberg.
Looking down at the corner on 14. Ellis next with the second shots. Inside?
That looked a bit left out the hand, unless it stood up for him. Oh, it did stand up a little bit. All right. There you go, Corey Ellis. Up above the hole just a little bit. Edge of the circle.
On 15, Gannon Buhr for birdie. That's his 5th birdie in 6 holes.
Are you serious right now? Gannon Buhr just dropping in 50-footers uphill on the elevated basket. No problem.
That's what that man does.
You would not think he'd be so far away on that hole.
That's true. With his forehand? Or his turnover backhand, whatever.
Either way.
Heimberg second after a suboptimal tee shot.
Ooh, this needs to sit down in a hurry, Ian. Sit, sit, sit. Oh!
Inbounds by half a disc.
Woo!
That was all the way out for a hot second.
It was.
And Simon second on 14 after that wonderful drive.
He really pressed the issue here, hanging it well out and around. Looking for a tombstone on the bucket. Just a hair short, right around circle's edge for Simon. That's a good look at a birdie.
Uli throwing 2 on 16.
Brad Hammock running up there, taking a peek.
I knew I recognized that guy.
That guy's a legend, man.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I know, man. I shouldn't expect to see him there, you know?
He's been caddying for Ulibarri all season. I think he started hanging out with him middle of last year.
Oh, okay.
Second half of the season last year, and he's been sticking with them all year so far.
That was Chris Dickerson on 14.
There you go. Got 3 guys right up there, edge of the circle, looking at a birdie. Rick trying to salvage par.
Let's take a look at our scores after all that action.
Not much has changed up on top of the leaderboard other than Calvin continuing to climb.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Ezra in the house. Proctor's been in the house.
Brody Smith having a nice day.
There you go.
Down there.
That guy's been playing some strong golf. He's starting to figure some things out.
He definitely is. And a live look with Calvin Heimberg putting from birdie, circle 2.
Ooh.
Gosh, not off by much.
Online, just a little shy on the height for Calvin Heimberg. Grabbing some face mask.
Gannon Buhr coming up the hill. This is a putt for par for Gannon. In circle 2.
There was a time this was a very generous green. They really pinched this off to the left and a little deep. Gannon Buhr continuing to sling them home from range. Another solid birdie putt.
Ice cold par make for Buhr. Wysocki to scramble up par.
Heavy chains on the left side, but a little too much angle on the disc, I believe, or that may have stuck.
Rick will find his second bogey of the day as Ellis slides home the birdie.
Little shade golf there for Corey Ellis. Grabs himself another birdie.
Good day for that play. Ellis 3 down now. Simon, a birdie putt.
Oh, Simon, I thought that was home. Caught a little nub on its way to the target. Bounced off, caught some chains.
First time Simon's putter has found the ground from circle 1. Dickerson putting for birdie.
This hole is playing as the 3rd most difficult on the day. Just a quarter of a stroke over par, but it's been greedy when it comes to the birdies.
How many?
Only 25% of the field has been able to find a birdie, which is not very many when you got 145 plus in the field.
Best in the world. Simon, a disappointing par comebacker.
Only 20% of the field getting into circle 1 in regulation. 40% getting in there from circle 2. That's not a good combination for a lot of birdies being carded here.
Uli for 3 in a row on 16's green.
Solid day for Paul Ulibarri. Very solid.
And I mentioned him just a few moments ago, but Brody Smith throwing 2 on 18, taking the Marweed route.
The dark horse out and around, challenging OB.
Oh,
look at you, dude.
Circle 1 is the word.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I guess that's all right. Brody's incredible, man.
One heck of an athlete, that's for sure.
Uli.
Oh, does that affect it? Ooh, I think that's going to come up short.
I think so too.
Well, short for Paul Ulibarri. Oh, man.
Dang.
That's beating yourself right there.
Yeah, that's what. That is for sure. AB next.
Nice one-angle hyzer there from Anthony Barela. And does that check up in time? It does. Inside circle 1 for AB. North and south on this basket is inside circle where the OB is both sides. About 25 feet shy and about 24 feet deep. Got plenty of room side to side here at 17. About circle 2, east and west.
Buhr. Gannon going overstable approach disc.
Beautiful shot there from Gannon Buhr. No issues whatsoever.
On 15, Chris Dickerson.
Beautiful line there from Chris Dickerson into the bullseye. Flawless.
Beautiful. Ellis. Going mid-range for this backhand turnover. Go in.
Get a little fade. Woo. Beautiful stall shot out of that anhyzer there from the big man, our most recent major winner in Corey Ellis.
Lizotte.
Looks like he just snuck past the tree. He did. Exceptional touch once again. This card making short work here at hole 15.
It's a
as
tough
it should
shape.
be.
I mean, it's uphill.
It's not that hard,
Yeah,
man.
you
It's a
guys are so
pretty
good.
standard anhyzer play. Got one tree to miss.
Wysocki. A little lower.
Oh, it's got enough speed to carry, though. That's the difference.
Oh, my.
That's the difference between the elite and the average.
How about that card right there?
Perfect tee shots all around. Lovely.
I guess it's only 315, huh? Only 315 feet? Yeah.
It plays like 335
Yeah.
because of the uphill grade. So you're going to have to put a little bit more pop than your normal 315. Like this 310 versus that 310 are completely different feels.
Heimberg.
Spot on for the Heimberg. Lovely.
He's going to steal another birdie.
That's going to get him to what, 11?
It will, yeah.
There we go.
A chance
Calvin
to tie
Heimberg.
on 18.
Gotta love the way Calvin Heimberg's been playing this season. Consistently just shredding this season apart.
Mm-hmm. And Brody did finish with a birdie.
Nice.
Yeah.
Way to go.
A little further down the board.
Hey, I'm seeing some more names. I like that Zachary Nash name, young guy who won the National Amateur Disc Golf Tour last fall over in Austin, Texas.
Think he played a little nasty today, Philo?
He played very solid today. I took a look at his scores, his stats, pretty good.
There's Simon and Rick still on the course. And back to your featured card. Longest look for the card is for Ellis, coming back for birdie. And for 6 of the last 7.
Painting the pole one more time, Corey Ellis. No stress on the putting green, it seems, for this man. So confident, so calm.
Back to a respectable 4 down.
Not bad at all, man. After the roller coaster of the first 9.
Dickerson puts home the birdie as well.
Sure, that major win kind of helps to bring that confidence back when you have some little slumps, you know, early on in your round. Nice to have that under the belt.
And star frame for your featured card. They are headed to 16. A new drop zone on 17 for Yuli.
I was going to say that earlier. Yeah, get you out there with the gallery instead of off to the right.
I like this change.
I kind of like it too.
It was too far to be exciting before.
Yeah, you really didn't have a good look at it.
Yeah.
Had some weird stuff in your way, some weird sign pole that a lot of people doinked off of.
Barela for birdie.
I kind of like that they do stick you up there with the gallery, kind of add a little more pressure to the moment, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
All the eyeballs breathing on you. Eyeballs breathing. Staring at you.
That's a Heimberg birdie. 1 off the lead, 1 to go. It's not an easy one, though.
Not the hardest, but not easy.
How's the team playing today? Let's see here. 18 playing the 4th most difficult. Playing just 0.2 over par, though. 17% birdie rate from the field. Back on 16, Chris Dickerson. Roller? He's got a great roller game.
He does have. It looks like he's got mid-range in the hand.
It does look mid, though, yeah.
Hopefully this is just a nice control shot. Maybe he's going to go control roller. Nope, just a nice smooth swing with the mid-range. Play for position.
600-foot par 4, you don't need to get crazy.
No, chop this hole in half. Maybe go for the 350. Should be a routine up and down.
Ellis. Like I said,
he's dropping roller.
Oh, yeah.
Wonder if he'll get up there where we saw Chanimal earlier.
He's got the arm speed to make it happen.
Absolutely does.
Oh
boy, this could stand up and go a long way. It's got to hustle back.
Oh, it's not getting over in time.
Oh, wow. Well, it certainly had some speed. But unfortunately, missing the line for Corey Ellis, and that's going to be another out-of-bounds stroke for the big man.
Roller coming for Simon as well. Yes.
Does he make the adjustment? Not looking like it, Ian. They stood up in exactly the same spot.
Yeah.
Didn't get it to stand up in time. Gravity took over, and there's no chance once it gets to the other side.
Wysocki also goes to the roller. That's also a lot of angle. That's a flippier disc, I believe.
There we go. This is starting to unravel nicely. He's past the mandatory, so anything that happens now, all good. There you go. Lovely shot from Rick. Just a little chip shot into the green from there.
On 18, Calvin Heimberg. A birdie would give him a share heading into day 2 in Northwood Black, where you'll need every stroke you can scramble up here at Eureka Lake.
Oof. Calvin got a hold of that one, Ian.
Is this going to stay in?
Oh, yeah, baby. What a smash from Calvin Heimberg. Whoa.
And that's some nice airspace to get into the green as well.
You're telling me, man.
Yeah.
He put that in that 500-foot range. Honestly, it's right around there. That's almost exactly on the 500-foot mark there for Calvin Heimberg.
Thanks to
They're
Zika
calling
for rolling this back.
355 feet shy of that concrete, you know. Wow.
Woo! Heimberg is closing. Let's check out Philo's keys for closing, brought to you by BlackInkDisc.com, the premium disc golf store.
Man, keep those discs dry, man. You know,
Yeah.
Don't throw them away. Don't go anywhere near that water. 15 through 17 should be birdied, and I really like the look of the roller off the tee of 18. Obviously, you don't got to have it, but I think it sets you up nicely without taking the risk Calvin Heimberg just did. That's a very sketchy shot, but he had full confidence and pulled it off.
Man, do you see the hyzer on that release?
That was beautiful.
He got full flight out of
I was
that
looking
thing.
for that thing to get a tiny bit more of a taper to the right, and that would have been like, wow, that's just, you can't do it any better than that. But still, a fantastic shot.
Back on 16, Chris Dickerson, his second.
From the drop zone, it's 200 feet, so you imagine he's got about another 80 or 90. That's a friendly tree smack there.
After watching 2 out of 3 rollers go out of bounds, Philo, that mid-range play looking
You don't have
choice.
to do anything special here, you know, you really don't. Chris Dickerson showing you how to dissect this hole perfectly. Throw a nice calm drive right down the middle, something that's not going to move. Routine upshot. Give yourself a circle one look for birdie.
Simon, his third after the roller leaked OB. Hole 16 is one of your gotta-get holes, Philo.
It certainly is. It's so soft. There's really not much to it. Simon Lizotte goes OB, just a little baby chip shot. Now he's parked under the basket for a par. So that's kind of the standard. That should tell you the story. 15th on the, 50% of the field's making a birdie on this hole.
Like,
yeah, you got to get the job done on 16. That's why I put that in there in the keys to closing, man. You got that stretch, 15 to 17 can salvage your round, or it can propel you ahead of a bunch of guys. Just got to be tight on that section here at the end.
Ellis, his third after his roller leaked OB. Let's go overstable approach for Corey.
Ooh, worm burner. Fortunate to get a skip, but he's still going to have 90 feet, 80 feet.
Grip issues in this humidity, Philo. We've seen it kind of all day, off and on. This morning was especially rough.
I saw the ladies were having a hard time keeping things dry as well.
Yeah, it was like 93% humidity this morning.
It was pretty sticky out.
They were practically swimming through the round.
Rick trying to get up and down. There you go, safely into the putting area.
Mm-hmm. Uli, 18.
Crispy clean. Oh, there you go. There you go.
Okay.
That helps.
No run-up, though.
Yeah.
It's kind of, I guess, the penalty.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Still not a bad-looking shot,
No,
though.
yeah. The line from there is fantastic. Ellis for par.
Send it home, big fella. Ooh.
That's a two-stroke swing between what he planned and what he's scoring here on 16.
No doubt. Makes you wonder, if he's going to make an adjustment tomorrow. Not try to be so greedy,
I'd love to see him just throw the mid-range.
Or a sidearm.
Yeah,
he's got a
that
fantastic sidearm. Just a little baby flexor out there along the left side. Get that thing to check up 350. Don't be so aggressive.
We'll see what he does on, I guess, Sunday, huh? We're coming back here for the final round.
I don't know why I said tomorrow, and I know we're switching courses. I
Yeah,
meant Sunday.
It's just
you know what I
it's
mean.
natural, man, yeah.
You know what I'm saying.
Yep. Ellis coming back up the hill for bogey. Well done.
Nice save. Yep. Nice save.
Before that, though, had birdied 6 of the last 7. This is a birdie putt for Wysocki. Moving to 8. 10 it's out there.
8, 9 for Rick. 10. Great. Yeah. Firmly in the mix. Keeping everything in front of him. Staying close. You don't have to be in the lead every round to win.
Dickerson to get to double digits. And he actually has a chance to grab a share of the lead as well.
Nice. Yeah, you called that earlier. It feels like it's about time for Chris Dickerson to have one of those stellar performance weekends.
He's due.
He's due.
Too good of a disc golfer not to bubble up occasionally. Uli's second on 18.
Oh, looking for the flex out and around as well. There's some airspace there for him.
He's going to shoot through that gap in the branches.
Looks like the only space to go.
Doesn't it?
If he's going that direction. There it is.
Nailed it.
Get in.
Ooh, I heard rocks. Hopefully that didn't bounce backwards.
They've got him in circle one, putting for birdie.
There you go. Worked out for Paul Ulibarri.
And Calvin Heimberg, after one of the just
best drives you could possibly have on this whole setup. Got a nice tunnel to work with there. Nice height because he's down below it. One angle hyzer flick play. That's looking absolutely spot on. Calvin Heimberg, man.
How about that? Two dudes at a dozen under par. Dickerson back on 17. Let's see if Chris can join that 12-pack. He's got a chance.
Come on, baby, go home.
Here?
Woo! Saw a little shadow on the basket. Thought maybe he was tracking a little closer, but a solid play nonetheless there for Dickerson. You see him grabbing his heart like that had me worried for a second.
Don't blame you.
Yeah, you'd rather miss a little long than a hair short like that.
Wysocki.
Little baby flex out the hand there for Rick. Checks up just in time. Beautiful play for Rick. Looking at another birdie.
Simon.
Uh-oh.
Somebody opening some chips over there?
Little gallery raz. Backs off and ready to rock and roll again. Maybe not.
All right.
It's got a stick. There we go. That's what you're looking for. A little wider than we've seen yet.
Yep.
Played it out there over the bridge.
And Ellis coming off the bogey on 16.
How do you feel about Island Greens, Ian?
I think they're exciting to watch. I hate throwing them.
You're telling me, man. They've been my nemesis over the years as well. Beautiful clump of drives there from the fellas. Everybody in business on the 17th.
Uli for birdie on 18.
Plenty of space to work with there for Ulibarri.
To get back to 8 under on the day.
No, don't roll. There we go.
Okay.
All right. Opportunity to clean up the bogey from the previous, but he'll take his par and move on. Overall, solid day for Paul Ulibarri.
A par putt for Buhr. Disappointing day for Gannon. 4 down. You could catch fire these last 3 days and do something, but it's going to take exactly that.
He's going to need some fire on the way in, that's for sure. It's going to be hard to climb the leaderboard.
And Calvin with a share of the lead thanks to that birdie finish and a clean 12. Calvin highlights?
Let's do it.
Yes, sir.
Gotta love this drive at the 5th. Calvin Heimberg up and away. This is the line I'd like to see. The guys who've got the arm to do it. Play it for a long miss. Let gravity pull the disc back towards the target. Silky smooth little sidearm at the 7th. Leaves him with a short putt for another birdie.
And had the birdie on 6 too.
This drive on the 8th though, man.
Just
unloading a massive one there. Oh my goodness, he got every last piece of that drive.
You really did full flight.
Set up a routine birdie. And we were looking at this putt saying, man, if he gets this one in, flame on for Calvin Heimberg, and it certainly was. Threw one away at the 11th with the sidearm, but comes right back.
A little overstable fairway park job on the water tower hole.
Obviously, this drive here at the 17th, pretty much picture perfect for Calvin Heimberg, in full control here at the Eureka Lakes course.
Gosh, what was more impressive, 8 or 18, Philo, on the tee shots?
I would say 8. I think it's a much more dangerous shot. You know, obviously that's the only option you have. You have options here. He could have gone roller. He could have gone air shot, opted for the air shot, and just, again, unloaded an absolute bomb on this fairway. Splitting the wickets down the middle, landing in one of the best spots you could possibly land on this whole entire fairway. Sets up the routine chip shot with the flick and a drop in for birdie.
And that disc had a family, Philo. Ooh. Nice putt from Simon there. Gets his birdie. Simon back to 8 under. Or sorry, gets to 8 under on the day. 0 bogeys on his card. Dickerson to move 1 off the lead with 1 to go. That was a sneaky 12 for Chris.
Certainly has been. Very quiet. Not a lot of fireworks. Just steady as she goes. Keeping things in front. A little bit of a wounded duck putt there, but he gets it to drop. That'll be 5 birdies in a row for Chris Dickerson.
Doing his best Steve Rico, his best own Scoggins.
There you go.
On the putt there.
They do have similar actions, those 3 players.
Yep.
Lots of spin.
Ricky puts home his birdie.
Oh, hat trick there for Rick, trying to get it with a ham bone on the way home.
And Ellis will drop in his birdie. Heading to the ultimate hole 18. Let's take a look at this one, Philo.
Such a great finishing hole. Not the longest of par 4s, but man, the shots you got to throw to get up on the basket in 2 shots are no joke, especially that tee shot. I really do like the roller here. It sends you towards the better side of the fairway for safety. Up on the right middle of this fairway is really ideal. If you challenge the line where Calvin Heimberg just went, you could catch this concrete thing here and go skip an OB or trickle or something weird might happen. You just don't want to pick up a silly OB stroke here on the last hole. Got to play for safety. Got a couple of options on your way into the green should you end up on the high right side. Really like the late kind of hyzer stall in, but you got to mind the speed because it's a very slippery grade there. Sidearm is a bit more receptive, but you got to be in the right spot to throw it.
Let's jump back to the tee for your feature group. Dickerson with the honors. Roller? No. Air shot.
Huh. Oh, I heard that smack.
That's not going to birdie.
That looked a little tugged off to the right side there for Chris Dickerson out the hand. Most of the more successful shots start high left in the window and get a nice slow drift to the right.
Roller for Rick.
Ooh, I think he overturned this one.
That's headed up the hill.
It's going to be over there by that swing set, I imagine. There it is, right up on it.
How is it up there?
He's probably going to want to play the righty backhand play into the green. The windows get tight because the ceiling gets low with the hill and the canopy of the trees kind of meeting.
Lizotte also going roller. It's going to land high on the hill.
This could get a nice run out. A really nice run out. Oh, yeah, here we go. Keep running. Keep running.
Is it going to flip over ever?
Even if it does, he's got plenty of land to work with. There you go. Even better than Calvin Heimberg. He's going to have all kinds of options to get to the basket from there.
The pure cut roller.
That was awesome. He's so creative.
Yep.
I love watching Simon play.
Ellis. Looks like Corey just going air shot.
Corey Ellis getting a hold of this one at the 18th. Looking for something similar to Calvin Heimberg in the same neighborhood. That was very close to a 500-foot smush.
One more look at this Lizotte. Beast of a cut roller.
Wow, he really put a lot of torque on that. Got something overstable to take forever to stand up. Using the grade of the hill to his advantage. once you get it up that high up on the hill, it's so unlikely it's going to make its way all the way to the left boundary and find water. What a great shot there from Simon Lizotte. Love the creativity, the anticipation, the execution, all spot on.
And if you're watching on YouTube today for free and you'd like to watch more shots like that tomorrow and the rest of the weekend and the rest of the year, frankly, head over to the Disc Golf Network and subscribe. I'd be very grateful. And you'll get a lot of disc golf action, and it's heating up. Philo, we got Worlds coming up.
Yeah, man, we got one more Disc Golf Pro Tour event next week over at Idlewild, and we got Worlds, and we got D-Glow first playoff. Yep.
MVP, USDGC,
GMC, right?
No, GMC is Worlds this year.
Worlds, that's okay. So there is no GMC. All right, I got you.
Dickerson.
I thought that was another playoff event, but I get it.
Yeah,
got Worlds there.
Not that anybody would mind going back there twice.
I bet you they wouldn't, especially not being so far away in Massachusetts.
Yeah. Chris had an early tree, throwing his second, and should get up and down for par from there, but not guaranteed. I'll keep him one off the lead, if you can do so. Is our card locked up for tomorrow, Philo?
Let's take a peeksy poo.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, Rick can get only get to 10, unless Dickerson bogeys. But you're looking at Ezra Robinson, Calvin Heimberg, James Proctor, and Chris Dickerson.
Ooh, what a card that's going to be tomorrow afternoon at the Northwoods Black. All different types of styles of golf in those four names right there.
If Rick can get up and down, you'll find him on the chase card. If not, he'll be lurking chase or third, depending on PDGA number.
Hearing a bunch of oh yeahs, but unfortunately clobbers that big tree in the middle. Nice little rollout to get a nice look into the green, but I think he's going to be a bit far.
Yeah, it looks rather untenable.
He might get cheeky with it and try to put some touch on that attempt. We'll see.
And that is 18 on the right side of the parking lot there.
This is such a great addition, this Flight Factory drone. Such a great addition to our show. Get you a different perspective, what's happening on the ground.
We got food trucks down there, Philo?
Oh, yeah.
I'm getting pretty hungry,
Food trucks, and obviously under that big shelter there, you're going to find a whole bunch of that, the shop for the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty much where everybody likes to congregate.
Ellis, Monster Drive, throwing 2. What did he hit?
I think he caught a root.
That was Terry. Did you catch the finish of that for Ellis? It sounded metal.
No, somehow it seemed to pop up on him or something, but not sure what happened there.
Really interesting. Thanks, Terry.
I think there's like some horseshoe type poles sticking out there. A couple of little metal stakes coming out of the ground. And that did sound like he whacked one of those.
Yeah. I don't think it'll cost them though. It wasn't gonna get there anyway.
Yeah, it looked a little bit low.
Yeah. We're looking down at Simon. Oh, excuse me. Before that, we'll have a Dickerson approach. This is his third.
Like butter, baby.
No stress par there for the finish. Excited to watch Chris in the woods tomorrow, man. His scramble game, his forehand, his backhand.
You're telling me he's going to need all of that tomorrow. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen tomorrow. It's going to be a wild ride.
That's
Simon waving this thing down, coming up a bit short.
In
circle one, but a bit short of where you'd like to be from that range. A little bit of work left for Simon.
Think we'll see any thumber rollers out of Dickerson? Remember that one at Idlewild?
We'll see. I mean, hopefully he doesn't get into position to have to do something crazy like that. But, you know.
That's still one of my favorite shots I've ever seen, man.
He's got such a wide variety of those utility shots. And he's so creative. He sees all kinds of lines and angles that, frankly, I just don't have the imagination for. So much fun to watch. And not many other players do either, honestly. He's got a really deep bag of tricks when he's in trouble.
Yep. That was Rick trying to put that home. That was for birdie, and that would have put him on the chase card. He now has that left for par. There is another pitch up. And Simon walking down to his birdie putt. Circle 2 is the word from you, Disc.
Is 18 one of the casual rock holes or no?
Not on this hole.
Okay.
But it's getting near from the water.
Yeah.
So kind of like on hole 1, there's some casual relief areas with the rock. I guess they just found out this is not one of them.
Yeah, I don't think they're quite as substantial boulders like they are on hole 1. They're pretty large, and they don't want anybody to get their ankle twisted up here. They're just some smaller stones. Not saying she still couldn't have something similar happen, but just not as likely. And obviously, you can see the grass is much more grown in as Simon Lizotte casually slings another one into the basket.
They are. We're getting a scoring update for Simon. Wysocki for par.
Solid round for the defending. Still in striking distance.
And that was a birdie for Simon. It was an OB stroke that popped up there for a hot second. And Dickerson in with an 11. What a day at Eureka Temp. Beautiful look at Peoria area. And welcome into the booth in Peoria. Hope you guys enjoyed round 1 as much as Philo and I did. That was a great watch,
that was
man.
Awesome. Highly entertaining
It
round.
was,
the
wasn't
guys
it?
were putting
Yeah.
some numbers on the course. Strokes were flying all over the place. Dudes coming up and down the leaderboard. That always makes it so much more fun and entertaining to watch.
I'm with you, man.
Yep.
We're going to take one more quick break. When we come back, we have the OTB after show, the OTB shot of the day. Do you know what it is? I have no idea either. All right. We'll take the break and we'll think about it.
Have a break.
We'll catch you on the other side. Back in just a bit.
When I walk up to a shot, I'm looking for the target. I'm looking at obstacles around the target, specific landing zones, looking at the height. Knowing all of that, I'm able to shape a shot. I don't want to think, did I get the right shot? Did I get the right distance? Like, that's it, I got it. Confidence is everything, and the Edge Disc Golf Rangefinder gives me exactly that.
Yeah, sure.
Millennium's Quantum Vela is a Speed 7 fairway driver. It's great for hyzers out of the box and seasons into a straight disc. Play smart, keep it simple, throw Millennium. Get yours at golfdisc.com.
Disc Golf Academy is the world's biggest online platform for learning the curves and angles of the world's fastest growing sport. Register today and get access to clear and well-structured lessons and exercises from the very best ever to throw the disc. New content uploaded every week. Start learning today.
The Challenger is consistent not only on the putting green, but also throwing as an approach disc. With the Challenger, you're getting a really straight flight, whether it be 5 feet or 120 feet. You can just really spin it and trust that it's just gonna hold right where you aim.
Open champion, McBeth.
Welcome back to the OTB After Show. Let's check out some round 1 highlights. Started early with Ezra. I guess Philo started earlier with the rest
Adam
of the
Hannes
field.
and Cole Riddall got out to that 10 under start. We were thinking, all right, that's the number to beat. And Ezra said, no problem. I see your 10. I got a dozen. Getting hot on the back. 8 under on the back 9. This putt here got him to 8. Had an opportunity at the 18th to string them all together. Unfortunately, couldn't get the job done.
And then Calvin says, that's a nice 12. I'll grab one of those for myself as well. This is on 5. So good.
This may be the OTB shot of the day. What a fantastic drive from Calvin Heimberg. He had a bunch of fantastic drives today. This one, the shot at 8.
Shots at 6.
The shot at 6. I mean, just highlight reel Calvin Heimberg today.
This is a ridiculous tee shot on 8.
So good.
Just like 100 feet past the normal landing zone.
At least.
And this big putt.
Yep.
On 10.
Pretty much firing on all cylinders today, Calvin Heimberg was. Everything going his way. I think he had a couple of OB strokes, but he was able to salvage both and get pars. Super solid on the putting green as usual for Calvin Heimberg. And drives like this, setting himself up for some routine up and downs for birdies that really set him apart from his card mates today.
At Elite Series this year, Calvin has made more than half of the league cards.
It's been one of those years for Calvin. He's obviously the tour points leader. He's been so pretty much all season long, right? And he's once again back up on top of the leaderboard.
And we do have Calvin Heimberg down in the clubhouse with our very own Terry Miller. All yours, Terry.
All right, checking in with Calvin Heimberg. Calvin, 12 under par today. You just talked about it. Pretty calm out here. What does that do to the attackability, I guess, if you will, of this course?
Yeah, I mean, the course is very attackable when it's calm. It definitely seems like when it's windy here, the ropes just seem to be a little closer. So today was definitely a good scoring day, and I think you can see that. I think as the field as a whole scored really well compared to normal out here.
Just 2 OBs, able to salvage those for pars and a clean sheet. How difficult is that out here?
It's not too terribly difficult when it's calm like it was today. You know, you can. There are definitely some holes where bogey's in play, but if you play them safe, they're easy to get pars on. So, I mean, I was full attacking today, and I mean, even then, I just feel like you have the ability to scramble and save par when it's calm.
All right, what are you most pleased with from your game today?
I think I just threw the disc really well. I gave myself a lot of opportunities. I mean, there were a couple out of bounds, but they really weren't too far off of where I wanted them. So I threw the disc really well and put myself in position to birdie.
All right, obviously shifting gears to Northwood Black. How are you going to attack that course in that rough out there?
You know, kind of same as normal, a lot of fairway drivers and some mids, and just, you know, try to keep it in the middle.
All right, it's Calvin Heimberg, 12 under par here at Ledgestone.
Apologies, that was Hayden Henry, not Terry Miller. And if you want to watch more interviews like that, we'll catch up with Chris Dickerson, Simon Lizotte. Head over to Tournament Central, which kicks off right after the show ends. Day one's over, Philo.
Yeah, man.
Give me your thoughts.
I really like what I'm seeing from the field. We have a nice mix of some veteran players and some up-and-coming stars, some guys that have been trying to find their way and get their claws into this league and really sustain themselves, find themselves kind of getting out of that potential to actually success.
Yeah.
You know, there's a bunch of those guys that are in that mix right now. This could be a huge weekend for them if they can keep it together at Northwood. Obviously, as Vinny said, he was spot on. The conditions for today were pristine.
Yeah.
This is the type of weather you hope to find when you get here to Eureka Lake. The winds were down. The weather wasn't as hot as it could be. We've seen some really hot, steamy days out here, extremely windy. Wasn't the case today. The field took advantage, and they're going to need every last one of those strokes going into Northwood for the next 2 rounds.
And Philo, you're fist pumping when Calvin said fairways and mid-ranges.
Yes, man, that's going to be so crucial for tomorrow because that's kind of like one of those fool's golds thing. You're going to see these holes, and it looks like there's forever of space. You're like, oh, let me take out my high-speed driver, but it's going to be hard to keep that thing in the middle of the fairway, especially with all the twists and turns out there at Northwoods Gold. You're going to want to disc down, play for the fairways, throw your fairway finders, make sure you're giving yourselves opportunities to score because the course will take them from you if you get greedy.
Get ready for these names to fly up and both down.
Who knows?
Your leaderboard tomorrow.
Who knows, man? Who knows? I don't want to throw it out there like, for sure this guy is favored to do better. Who knows?
It's just going to be somebody.
It's going to be fun.
There's going to be
It's
movement.
always going to be somebody.
entertaining.
You are absolutely right about that. It's going to be so much fun. I cannot wait.
Super ready for it. I'm also ready for the OTB shot of the day. I got nothing, man.
You got nothing? I mean, there's like 4 awesome Vinny throws. There's a couple of really massive putts. The putt at 10, the drive at 8. I mean, there's just so many options.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw a lot of plays from a lot of guys that are definitely in the mix, so we'll see what happens.
I'm going to go with 18's roller for Simon. That's my pick.
All right. I like that drive from Vinny on 18, setting up the birdie to get him to 12.
Those are both really great. We both lost, apparently.
What do you got?
What do I got for us?
All right.
We talked about it. It was in the conversation.
Yeah, it was in the mix. It was in the runnings. Absolutely blasted. Full smush from Vinny.
Can't throw the air shot better. There's few in the world that could even possibly do it.
Yeah, he put everything behind that. Man, that disc hardly moved 5 feet side to side. It was on a frozen rope for 500 feet.
He's a line drive guy right now.
I love that about him, man. That keep all the riffraff out of the business, man. Just right down the middle.
Keep it clean.
Yes,
Calvin
sir.
did that today. Your show times for tomorrow. The women are kicking off at 9 for Tournament Central. Coverage starts at 9:30. And again, 2:30 and 3 for Philo and myself. And again, for Philo and myself, everybody in the booth, everybody on the ground making this possible, hustling around Eureka Lake. Thank you guys so much for watching and subscribing to the Disc Golf Network. And we'll catch you tomorrow.
After a long day here in Central Illinois, round one of the 2023 Ledgestone Open is complete. And we have Calvin Heimberg, your leader, at 12 under par. We have to talk about him first in Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins. Nate, Calvin shredded. He seemed pretty confident earlier in the week, and he delivered. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, anything double digits out here at the Eureka Temp course is something that you're going to write home about. The wind was down today, and that is the biggest factor out here, especially on those first 6 holes. And Calvin actually looked a little slow on the first 6. He birdied the opening hole, and then he didn't even give himself a chance for birdie on the next 3, and looked like he was a little off. He pulled the eagle on 2 on that approach, and then kind of didn't get up and down on 4, and it looked like we weren't going to see a double-digit Calvin. And then he goes and birdies 5 and 6 back-to-back, and those aren't holes that we see birdied back-to-back very often. And Calvin was second in Circle 1 in regulation, so after 1 down through the first 4, goes on to shred the rest of the course.
And that's usually the theme out here at Eureka. If you just survive the first 8 holes, maybe a couple under, you can shred this back half of the course. If you just look down UDisc, look down the leaderboard, even to like 20th, 30th place, there are players stringing together huge birdie runs out here. Once you step up to 10, 400-foot par 3, that's a gettable birdie. The next hole is the easiest hole in the course, a little chip sidearm. Then you got the water tower hole. You're starting to get into a rhythm with that power backhand for the most part. And it seems like players all kind of caught wind there. Just like James Proctor, another player that's just been playing fantastic golf lately. We have to talk about James. 11 Circle 1 putts made out of 11 attempts. 2 for 3 from Circle 2. It was a phenomenal day for James as well.
Yeah, and when Brian's saying that to the viewers at home, 11 Circle 1 makes, that means that none of those are considered tap-ins, right? When you look at the Circle 1 X stats, that means James is making putts from the middle of Circle 1 or the back end of Circle 1. And if you pull up the UDisc and you go and look at it, the last 5 putts he had to make, and he birdied all 5 of them. We're not surprised at this point. Going into this event, Proctor was 4th in the Disc Golf Pro Tour standings. What we are kind of surprised at is, when is he going to have that breakout W? When is Proctor going to win a title out here on the tour? Because he's proven that he's capable of shooting himself onto the lead card. I think all of his 1050 rated rounds or better all year, Brian, have been off the camera. So he got himself onto the lead card. He's going to play one of the hardest courses in the world, and we're all ready to see him shoot these rounds that he's doing in the shadows, right on the big stage.
Well, we interviewed him after that big round today. Let's hear what he had to say.
All right, catching up with James Proctor. James, a lot of numbers today. Start with 13 birdies.
Yeah.
Pretty good one.
Yeah, the drives were feeling good and the putts were going in. So conditions were great. The wind was down and I was feeling good.
There's not many bogey-free cards on this course, so I mean, how hard is it to avoid that OB and those bogeys?
Yeah, certain holes you don't have to miss by much to be out of bounds, and depending on where you went out, you're not going to be able to scramble. So I had 2 bogeys. I had a couple more OBs that I was able to save the par, but it's tough to throw all 18 holes perfectly. So there's definitely a lot of the holes have danger pretty close to the basket, so I'm not surprised.
100% from in the circle. And then a couple 75-footers, so just a well-rounded day. Just your overall assessment of how you feel.
UDisc was generous with the 75-footers, but I had a couple, 45, 50-footers that felt good. The wind was down, so the putt was feeling good, and it was a fun day out there. We were vibing.
We talk about the dynamic of this tournament with this course and then going into the woods. Does that add any pressure to come out and put up a number like 11 down out here?
No, honestly, I was trying to be a little bit more conservative. This course has gotten me in the past, and I'm more comfortable in the woods. So my goal was just, not to lose it today and just kind of stay in it and then play well in the woods. So, putting up that 11, it's the best round I've played here by far. I was more aggressive than I planned on being just because of where some of my drives landed and the fact that the wind was down. But not really any more pressure. I'm looking forward to the woods, and I think both courses are great, and I think it provides a great mix for the tournament as a whole, for sure.
What's that aggression level at Northwood Black How much are you attacking out there?
I think that kind of depends on where your tee shots land too. You know, I'm trying to definitely hit the first gap, and then kind of what happens. You can't really control. 3 feet off the fairway there, you might be scrambling or you might be in a decent spot. So I think if I can throw decent shots, hit the first gap, and depending on where the drive lands, get aggressive or not for the second.
All right, that's James Proctor's solid start here at Ledgestone.
Well, he said he's looking forward to playing in the woods, but I'd like to be able to speculate based on today's round how he's going to shoot tomorrow, but you really can't. This is one of the more varied tournaments in regards to the whole variety that we see all year, potentially ever, Nate.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I like to call this tournament the Major of the Midwest, Brian, and that is, to me, one of the biggest draws of coming to Peoria, Illinois in the middle of the summer is because the courses are of championship caliber. And, you know, Proctor shredded today, 11 down with 2 bogeys, Brian. He's a power player in my mind, but when you watch him in person, he's got all the touch in the world, and obviously his game is going to translate really well to Northwoods. And I'm so thankful that the network went in on making it possible to watch the back nine. This is the first year, Brian, that we've ever been able to watch the back nine of Northwoods Black. Can't wait to see how Proctor attacks it tomorrow.
2,000 plus feet of cable to make this cell tower happen. Outstanding stuff for the Disc Golf Network. We also have to talk about another player who's having an outstanding stretch of the season, Ezra Robinson. Let me read some stats real quick. Ezra has had a phenomenal stretch as of late. 8th at the Zootown Open, 6th at Dynamic Disc Open, 3rd at the Des Moines Challenge, 12th Preserve, 12th at the Major over in Europe, and now he's tied for the lead at the Ledgestone Insurance Open. We have to talk about Ezra. We feel like we've talked about his brother all season long, but he's been kind of living in the shadow.
Yeah, Ezra has, when I first met the Robinson brothers, it was actually here, 2017, at the Ledgestone Insurance Open. I thought Ezra was the clearly better athlete of the two. Isaac was a little higher rated, but of course Isaac found his mode. He found that Pro Tour and major caliber mode, you know, winning Idlewild last year. And who's the first one to congratulate him? His brother. He's right there. He's tearing up at his acceptance speech. And then, of course, Isaac kind of separated himself and put himself in a different category with the major. But Ezra has had a phenomenal year. If we go and we look at his career earnings compared to what he's earned this year, he's already earned 25% of his total earnings just so far this season. He's been on an absolute tear. I mean, top 10 at 3 of the last 5 Pro Tours, including a 3rd place finish at Des Moines for $3,300.
Well, we have to listen to what he's had to say, and we've interviewed his brother a ton, but it's exciting to finally get to listen to him as well. Let's hear what Ezra had to say.
Robinson, Ezra, big smile. Lots of reasons to smile, 12 of them. Just a scorching round. Just break it down for us.
Yeah, I was kind of nervous getting off the tee, and we got back in the States on Monday night, so I'm trying to get over some jet lag and trying to, play the best I can out here. But yeah, I was pretty shaky off the tee. I haven't been playing super great recently in the last couple weeks, but yeah, I was able to just get the nerves under control and just slowly put together a solid round, and it kept getting better and better, and I just rolled with it. So
yeah, 8 in a row on the back nine. Did you know that was happening while it was happening?
Yes and no. Like I knew it was happening, but it didn't feel like it was happening, so I didn't have any pressure to do anything because it felt like I was just throwing shots. I knew I was getting birdies, but I didn't know there was no pressure to it really. So
you talked about your play recently, but you have been popping off some hot rounds for sure, and some pretty solid finishes, overall, top 15s at the major and in Europe as well. So what's holding you back, or what are you working on in the game?
Well, what's holding me back is the last sanction round I shot was 2 over, and it was 960 rated, so that's what I'm coming off of. So that's why I feel that way. Yeah, no, I've been putting in a lot more practice than recently, so I'm just trying to stay on top of that and just slowly put the season together as it comes to an end. So yeah.
You talk about that round, but you had a 1050 at the Beast as well too, so pretty solid.
Yeah, that was a good tournament. Yeah.
All right, shifting over to the woods, how do you feel about Northwood Black, and what's the plan of attack over there?
Yeah, so it's a really hard course. I haven't played the best out there. I played a practice round yesterday, had 8 birdies, shot 2 down, so a lot of bogeys and doubles. So if I can get that under control, I think I should do pretty well. But yeah.
Nice. That's it.
Well, I have to say, if you look at Ezra Robinson being a major champion at the Champions Cup, and now Ezra shooting the 12 under par here out in the open in the wind, not a bad doubles team. Talk about Ezra's back 9 today. I mean, what a phenomenal finish.
Yeah, he birdied 10 through 17, Brian, and Ezra was 4 of 5 from C2. The only C2 putt he missed was for birdie on 18 to blank out the back 9. So the man's on a heater right now, headed into the woods tomorrow.
Well, he said he's been putting a lot of work in, and I have seen him routinely on the practice basket. I remember even back to Portland watching him put hours on that practice basket after one of his rounds. We have to talk about a lot more disc golfers this week. We have a commercial break on the other side. Chris Dickerson, we'll see you soon.
Round 1 is in the books, and Chris Dickerson joins us. Chris, an 11 under opening round. How did it feel?
It felt good. Things were clicking, and that's whenever you're playing fun disc golf.
Yeah, on the front 9, you came out 6 under, and some would say the front's a little bit tougher to score on. Did you find that to be the case, or were you just playing that well today?
I think that's traditionally the case. The bridge hole, the baseball field hole, those are holes where one shot can give you a bogey. So, yeah, I think the front's a little harder than the back.
And then speaking of the back, of course, you pretty much tore it up back there. Do you feel like you had any bonuses when you look at the birdies that you picked up on the back? For instance, like hole 14, do you consider that a bonus, or is that when you plan to get way out 14? In the corner?
I feel like as long as I get my drive in bounds and I'm not against that big tree, really, I've got a decent chance at it. As long as the wind's not too bad. So today it was pretty calm, so 50-50.
All right, well, you're going to find yourself on the lead card, 12 under with Kelvin Heimberg and Ezra Robinson were the rounds. Very different course, obviously, as you head over to Northwood tomorrow. What are you looking for out there?
Consistency. Consistently in the fairway, I should say, because that's what you need for woods golf.
All right.
Keep it in the fairway.
Well, we're looking forward to you and that consistency. Again, that's Chris Dickerson. He's 11 under, just one off the pace.
Thank you.
Well, as the festivities begin here at Lake Eureka, we still have to reflect on what Chris Dickerson just said. I think the fact that he played so well in the front is the recipe for success out here. I mean,
yep.
He got all the holes that you needed to get. I mean, he got 1 through 3, he got 5, he got 7, 8. I mean, that's a solid stretch of golf right there, getting a couple of bonus birdies.
Yeah, Brian, Got to give it to the Tom Petty cover band that's playing in the background. This is a nice setting. We've got the line for the 20-year buzzes right here, and it's funny to look at a water tower and a baseball field and say that's iconic. But at this point, that's what this has become. And Chris mentioned the baseball field hole in his interview right there, and he's right. The baseball field hole, the bridge hole, those are holes that can really take you around and turn it around, for better or for worse. And playing well on the front, if you look at the U-disc, the front always averages a lot higher than the back. I mean, the back is where people are really getting in that rhythm and really scoring. And so we haven't seen Robot Chicken mode activated in a while. I felt like I saw a little glimpse of that in Chris today. One last thing I wanted to add on Dickerson is the man this is only his 14th event this year, Brian. That's about as few events as we've seen from anyone that is here competing. He didn't play the West Coast. He did go over to Europe, which was actually his best finish of the year. Relatively took 8th there. He did get 3rd in Nashville, but when are we going to see Robot Chicken fully activated again? I feel like it's coming.
Well, Northwoods is a grab bag, it feels like. I don't think you can fully be in control for 2 straight rounds at that course. I think you just have to roll with the punches, and I think if he at least just throws the disc well off the tee and gives himself opportunities, he'll be just fine. We have to talk about Simon Lizotte. He also put up a decent number, 9 under par for the day. And it was kind of a rocky road for Simon, but I think overall it was a good number to start out with, and I think there's room to improve.
Yeah, Simon looked great off the tee, extremely well. I mean, he was top 5 in Circle 2 in regulation, and he didn't miss a Circle 1 putt until the 14th. This shot here on 3. Just classic, smooth. Still a little interesting to see, to not know exactly what disc he's throwing. But I feel like for so many years we've been keyed on the disc. Look at this putt right here, Brian. This is a full flight with OB left.
Well, and this is after he tried going for the giant hyzer over the tree line on the right, and he went for it and missed it.
Yep.
Got up and down from the drop zone from 90 feet. This is just Simon staying in it. I mean, he comes up to 18 and throws a massive roller. This is a guy that's staying aggressive, and he's not giving up, and I think 9 is a solid number. I don't think you have to shoot 2 12 under pars to take down a tournament here.
No, I think you can lose the tournament at Eureka Temp, but I think you're gonna really win the tournament by going low at Northwoods Black.
Well, we talked to Simon also after his round. Let's hear what he had to say.
Joining us now is Simon Lizotte. Simon, a 9 under effort, which ties you for 8th. You were just looking at your phone. What jumped out at you?
I'm just really happy and proud of bogey free out here. That's really good for me. I had a couple of really nice saves. Even when I went OB, I somehow still scrambled away those pars, which was nice. Overall, I was happy with my front 9, and then I got in defense mode, trying to protect my round, which is such an amateur mistake. So I'm a bit disappointed by that. But happy with my finish. I got a couple good breaks, and if that keeps happening, then I'll be happy with the tournament.
Yeah, 9 under puts you 3 off the lead on an opening round, 4-round event with a very difficult Northwood. Does that 3-stroke deficit matter to you much?
No. We have 3 rounds to go, and we're playing the hardest course on tour, and then this one last, and the weather might be crazy on the weekend too. So who knows what's going to happen. Right now, I'm just happy to have no bogeys yet.
I want to go back to that for a moment. When you say playing defensively, what does that mean to you? Explain that to the audience.
Kind of just your discs come out a bit slow, and you're not hitting the aggressive lines that you're kind of visualizing, and everything just feels like you're holding yourself back mentally. And we all know in disc golf, if you're mentally not ready to commit, then the discs don't fly how you want to. So I kind of felt that way through 9, 10, 11, those holes. I was like, man, commit to your throws. You're only 9 holes in. Give it some commitment.
I feel like one of your favorite Disney characters would say, "Let it go," and you need to do that a little more out there.
Yeah, maybe.
Now, when we're looking at the scores and then we're looking at some of the other challenges out there, a few people had grip issues. Was that at all a concern for you today in the humidity?
No, shout out birdie bags. Works great for me, and the dirt out here is actually prime. Great dirt on this course.
If that's not a sale for the Ledgestone Open and Lake Eureka, great dirt on the course. Simon Lizotte's 3 back. We'll find him on the chase card tomorrow.
Cheers.
Well, We're talking a lot of players that have been shooting pretty solid all season long, but a player that has just recently kind of began resurging is Paul Ulibarri, who's just been grinding through kind of a slump in his long career, so to speak.
Yep.
I mean, talk about Paul, and put up a decent number today, 7 under par, but you watched a lot of his round. Talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, he looked great out there. And one thing that I want to touch on, Brian, is I think a lot of disc golf, too often it focuses on the story of the winner. I personally feel like, the win, of course, it writes itself, and the people that take the titles, that story is written and it's here to view. But there's always a story that's unheard from each player, and every player is going through their journey that eventually leads them to a title. And Paul has always been an inspiration for his success, and I think now in the past 2 seasons, Brian, he's becoming an inspiration for different reasons, because he's missing cash for a month in a row. I mean, he's getting 100th place, 90th place, 60th place, and he's posting, hey, stick with me, I'm close, guys, I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. I mean, this is a man who would play 50 tournaments in a year and not miss cash at any of them, and now all of a sudden the game has changed. The tour has gotten better, the bottom has risen, and he's had to fight that. He's had to fight injuries. And so as a fan of Paul, and he's one of the fan favorites, a lot of people, as a fan of him, to see him out here grinding at the highest level and actually making it happen, I mean, I love to see it. It gives me chills to watch him comfortably make putts today. And he was close to being one of the hot rounds. He was really close. He missed on 7, pulled it wide on 17. That's a 2-stroke swing right there, but a very respectable start to the Ledgestone Insurance Open.
I agree. I think Paul, at this point in his career, he doesn't need to play anymore. If he doesn't want to compete, he doesn't have to compete, but it's bred within him. I mean, he's been out here competing in this game for a living since he was a kid, a literal kid. So it is extremely inspiring to see him out here still trying to put up good numbers and actually putting up the good numbers. So looking forward to seeing how the rest of the 3 rounds go. Also, we have FPO that has 3 more rounds to go as well. So on the other side of this commercial break, we're going to talk the leader of the FPO, Missy Gannon.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
It was feeling really smooth initially, the front 9. A couple bogeys here and there, but I felt like I was, getting the birdies when I could. The back 9 felt a little bit more of a roller coaster. I had to scramble pretty hard for par and, try to minimize the bogeys. So thankfully I only got single bogeys, but yeah, I feel pretty good about it overall.
One of the greatest shots we've ever seen on hole number 1. That's how you open the tournament. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I know I had parked it in practice, and you do have to get a little bit lucky. There is obviously the main gap right down the middle, but I couldn't throw something straight enough to hit that main gap, and I know I have to kind of hit that high right side to get close to the basket. So, I mean, that was the best I had ever thrown it, but, you know, I knew I could do it, and it's just about playing aggressive and trying not to shy away from the course as much as possible.
2 rounds at Sunset. You've talked about how you love that course as well. What are you looking for tomorrow?
Yeah, I just staying aggressive, trying to get as many birdies as possible out there. It's all about shooting pretty hot because most of the field's going to shoot pretty well out there. So again, just trying to minimize the bogeys. You shouldn't really get too many out there. They might happen, but yeah, trying to play clean and get the birdies.
Well, I have to say it's interesting. We talked about Northwoods getting so cleared out compared to last year, and yet it played harder for the FPO division than it did in previous years. Missy shooting the hot round at 2 under. I talked to Sarah Gilpin as I was walking around with the MPO cards and caught up with her, and she said she was shocked too that more people didn't fortify all the birdies they were getting with pars rather than big numbers. So what do you think it's going to take out there for someone to shoot that 6-7 under par?
Honestly, it's the scrambling. I think you and I talked about it. Like, what is the difference, you know, between the scores in the MPO and the FPO? When the FPO, they have all the shots to score from their tee pads. It's just when they're a little bit out of position, like getting that disc up to speed and still scoring when you're not in the middle of the fairway, it seems a little bit more difficult. And I feel like that lends itself to a little bit more pars, a few more bogeys here and there. Especially for, you know, for players that don't have that kind of like step out forehand power. I feel like, you know, a lot of players in that division, they do have that power, but when you have to open the hip up and use a little bit more of your actual wrist to generate the speed to get up and down, we don't see as much of that from that division, and it's really tough to put your finger on because these athletes are capable of shredding that course, and it sets up great for them. I was a little surprised that 2 under led the pack, but also another 2 and some hot scores at Sunset, and Missy could definitely defend.
Well, you do look and you see that the scramble numbers are low out there in that course, and I think that's going to be telling to see who shoots that really hot score, because you're not going to be in the middle of the fairway every single time out there at Northwoods Black. It is such a demanding course, and it makes you extremely uncomfortable. But the thing is, the birdies were high. So many players taking 6-7 birdies out there. It's possible, and whoever can stay clean off the tee and get into circle 1 in regulation a little bit more, I think it's going to be telling for who takes down this tournament. We have to talk actually about this shot here, Missy on 1. This was ridiculous. Nate, you were standing right there.
Absolutely. This is the very first birdie any FPO player has carded on the opening hole, Northwoods Black. That's a flippy thrasher, getting a little lucky on that right side, but then catching some late stability, finds herself in the bullseye. That's a tap in. I mean, look, the smile that this woman carries on her face. Her caddy out there, just Tom, fanning her throughout the round, Brian. I mean, come on.
That's teamwork right there.
Yeah.
You need to have a good caddy. And you know what? Another player that we have to talk about that has a fantastic full-time caddy, Ricky Wysocki. They played great out there today. And I say they because he works with Fern very closely, and Fern is doing the same thing. Fern is asking him if he needs water, asking him if he needs more water on his cooling towel. They're a complete unit. And I actually talked to Fern, and we're watching Ricky putt from just outside C1. Fern said that Ricky came back from Europe with a quote-unquote new putt. Said that Ricky's trying to put a little bit more spin on the putter, changing from just that classic nose-down kind of jam push putt, a little bit more spin-oriented. I know he's been kind of a hybrid spin putter in the wind and push putter in the no-wind, but now it seems like he's trying to blend the two together, and sounds like he's really satisfied with where his putt is going. But overall, solid day, slow in the front, but back 9. Just like everybody else, he cleaned it up.
Yeah, really slow on the front. I mean, when the disc is coming out of his hand fast, it seems like nothing can go wrong. And then on 5 on the baseball field hole, he attacked and he came up 50 feet short. Yeah. And you're wondering, like, what happened?
Yeah.
And you almost want to ask him, like, is it the wrist? Like, is something swelling up? Like, how could you miss so drastically? But then he comes back, collects himself, shreds the back, shoots a 9, he's still in the tournament. So
Well, we were talking to Ben Calloway, and he was laughing. He was saying, I don't know what the temperature actually was out there, but the sun felt like it was 110. And I think players are just struggling with grip out there. I think sometimes if you clean your hand off too much, all the oils kind of get off your hand and they get sticky. I think sometimes you can get a little slimy. It's just a really tough condition to hold onto the disc in, and that could have been something for Ricky. It could have been sweat, early release.
Yep.
You can never really tell this time of year why certain shots happen. You'd like to, but as Gannon talked about so much in detail in the press conference, grip is extremely important for these players out here. Nate, we have one more player I want to talk about, and that's Adam Hammis, who took down a 4-round tournament on 2 different courses in Portland in dramatic fashion. Do you think he has what it takes to shoot low at Northwoods tomorrow?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you know, still when I hear Adam's name, what I think about is his run at the 2017 Worlds at WR Jackson. He was still throwing a little Innova, a little Discmania. I remember he had this second run FD that he was just throwing so flat and so straight. He was so young. I mean, we're talking 6 years ago when he shot that 10 down at WR. And I still think of him as someone who really can throw the disc straight, and you need a lot of that to get yourself into position at Northwoods Black. And I also feel like, you know, he's had amazing titles in the past, you know, the Masters Cup, Maple Hill. Like, those are historic titles that Adam has under his belt. But something about the Elite Plus that he took down this year, I feel like it has to add to his depth of confidence. And he's no longer trying to prove anything to anybody. And shooting a 10 down, great start to the event. Northwoods Black sets up great for someone who throws straight forehands.
Well, I have to say the same thing. I remember playing tournaments with him when he was younger up in the Midwest in Wisconsin, and that's who I think of when I think of Adam Hammis. I think of a Woods player from the Midwest, and I think tomorrow he's going to be right in his bread and butter playing Northwoods Black. We'll see how he does, but we have one more thing to say. We have to announce, as we saw publicly on social media, Nate Doss, Valerie Jenkins welcomed their first child, Luca, into the world. Congratulations, you two. Hope everything is going all right. And Nate, we are going to wrap up Tournament Central at that. Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, we will see you tomorrow for round number 2.